All right, everybody. Good evening. Welcome to another live stream here. Let me make sure once this one comes on that we have the volume off. Okay. So welcome. We have a few elections going on today. I'm just going to talk about them real quick. The polls in Georgia close very soon. I don't know when the ones in Wisconsin close, but we will be watching the Wisconsin race as well. So everyone's talking about Georgia's 14th congressional district, Marjorie Taylor Greene's congressional district. Now, I think that a lot in the media have been doing a big disservice to say that the Democrats can win this district. I do not believe that's going to happen, like not even remotely close to anybody winning this district. So please, don't prepare yourself for that. But I think the big story coming out of Georgia's 14th is not necessarily, to me, not necessarily how the Democrats perform. I mean, obviously, we have two candidates here. If one gains, the other loses, right? That's what it is. To me, the big story coming out of today from Georgia will be, at what point do the Republicans start looking to jump off this sinking ship known as Trump? And today's results can really, really determine what that is. The closer and closer these results get, the more people in Republican districts, the more people will be asking, well, should we be staying on this sinking ship or not? What is the next course of action? So on. So that's what I think we really need to be looking at when it comes to the congressional district here. If it comes to, let's say, 55-45, okay, the Republican wins 55-45, then, Republicans should start wondering if they want to hitch their horse to the Donald Trump post. I think at that point, then that shows that Donald Trump is a big liability. So that's where I think the cutting point is. I don't think the Democrats will win this. I mean, if the Democrats somehow, by some miracle, win this congressional district, then Republicans should be dumping Donald Trump like a hot potato starting tomorrow or starting tonight. I mean, that's how earth-shifting this would be. Yes, we've seen the trends, but I don't think we're going to see the trends that big, okay? So that's why I think we're going to be looking at U.S. House District 14. There's also a Georgia State Senate District here running. So we'll see what happens there at the same time, kind of see if those margins go down, okay? In a certain aspect, this Georgia congressional seat is maybe more indicative of the shift that's happening in the Republican Party. If this thing's all of a sudden close, which it shouldn't be, let me go ahead and show you what Marjorie Taylor Greene got just, a little bit over a year and a half ago, right? You can see she went 64.4 to 35.6 in this race, right? So in this situation, Marjorie Taylor Greene won, and she had already been in full throw going against the Trump administration, right? By the time this election happened, she was already on that path to being like extremely anti-Trump. Maybe not as much as she was today, and I was very glad she said what she said today. Hello, Danielson. Thank you very much for joining me today. Yeah, so this is what we're looking at. We've seen big swings. We've seen big swings in Georgia. Another thing that we need to keep in mind is, what is the total number? So we can see 378,000 voters in the presidential race. So it's not even going to be near that. Especially in a key presidential race like 2024 was. But if we have high voter turnout here, we can really say that we see something. If the voter turnout is low and the Democrats are real close, the only thing we can glean from that is that the Democrats are much more motivated to vote, which overall is a good sign. Okay, so I got the precinct map here, so we're going to go ahead. As you can see, this is her district right into here. Pretty much you can see a lot of Republican precincts. I have the state's website up as well, just to make sure that, you know, if this decision desk is slow, then we'll see what's happening. Over here on Vote Hub, I haven't seen them have any maps or anything for today. So if anybody does have a Vote Hub map, please put the link in the description or in the chat, and then we'll go to that. And yeah, so I'm doing this one today. I've been working on a lot of other stuff, such as my my board here that I've been working on, which is going to be something I provide to campaigns running for Democrats, running as Democrats or progressives. I'm in the middle of working on this right now. So as soon as I get this kind of done, then all of a sudden, then I'll probably start doing more live streams, maybe more videos. It's kind of been a lull right now. And I've been working on my election history channel. So if you're not subscribed to my election history channel, please go there. I just dropped a new video right here about the 29 Democratic candidates who ran in 2020. And yeah, so that's what I've been doing. So no, something like this will not be, I mean, if you want to purchase it, it is for specifically for candidates, campaigns and all that to do targeting. I figured probably there are probably some people who are involved with that watching the stream today. It is not for the general public. There's way too much knowledge and way too much, too many formulas and algorithm to just give that away for free. Sorry, it's just how it is. That's, you know, need to be able to buy food, right? But maybe I'll do something that is a certain map that can be available to the public for like a monthly subscription. But yeah, I'm not in. I wish I could be a charity. I can't be a charity. So, yeah. So we got what, 7 more minutes until the polls close. I don't. In CNN and MSNBC have been like, can this flip blue? I don't know where they're getting their data. And let's see. I'm going to look at. Okay, so like even the New York Times is saying the contest is being watched to see if Democrats outperform expectations in the deep red House district, right? That's the way you should be looking at it. You should not be looking at this as this is going to be some Democratic pickup. Okay, it's not. And I'm pretty much willing to bet the farm on that it's not going to be. But does it start a trend? Does it start things to come? Okay, is it something that's indicative of what we've seen in Georgia before? Now, Georgia, we've seen some pretty dramatic changes. There was one state House district that didn't really move, but for the most part, Georgia and Florida and Texas have been some major surprises that we've had this year. Now, Texas, we had obviously the U.S. Senate race and James Talarico winning, but we also had that state Senate race. I might have just said state Senate for James Talarico. That's U.S. Senate. But the state Senate race, state Senate 9 in Northwest Tarrant County. Okay, that was huge. A lot has happened. So, Jay, I agree. A lot has happened since 2022. But a lot of people are just, I mean, I'm sorry. Trump talks about genocide, and 40% of the people will be like, okay, that sounds good. And for those people who voted for Trump against Kamala Harris because you didn't like Kamala's, two-state solution response to Palestine, well, don't bitch. Okay, so yeah, that's where we're at. So yeah, so here we are. Um, so no, for somebody asking about the price of that dashboard, it's going to be in the thousands, right? If you're running, whoa, if you're running for state house, state senate, something like that, it's going to be in the thousands. This isn't this isn't for a hobbyist unless a hobbyist wants to get it. It's a significant piece of software that, for all intents and purposes, I've been developing for the last 30 years. I just now have the programming abilities to now make this visual. So yeah. Um, so yeah, so let's go ahead and just wait 3 more minutes and see if there are any early vote dumps out there. Georgia seems to be good at getting some votes out early. So hopefully that's going to be the case today. Of course, it depends on the county. Uh, so so yeah, when it comes to the early dump, because each county's in charge of their own elections, the early dump depends on the county. So like if you look at Florida, for example, usually Pasco County, boom, early dump right away. Palm Beach County drags their heels on it. Actually, we had one the other day that dragged their heels in Florida. It must have been Polk County. So yeah, it depends on the county. So so yeah, and one thing that we have to ask ourselves too, and we won't know this until we get all the data in and we can parse it out. Well, you know what? They might actually have it in the state results. Yeah, so they'll have it in the state results, and we'll look at this. How many votes were done before election day, and how many votes were done now? How many people voted maybe at the very last minute and then went for the Democrat? Sean Harris here went for the Democrat because of Donald Trump's remarks. It will be really interesting to see how election day votes go and how that compares to what we have been seeing. So, yeah. Now, as far as Texas, I wouldn't rule out Texas at all. At all. No. That state Senate District 9 and how significant that was shows a lot. And it's kind of like when we talk about Florida, for example, right? So when we talk about Florida, so many people were focused on this state house district 87, right? Everyone's like, oh, Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump, blah, 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 Mar-a-Lago. Okay, yeah, that's nice. That is a win, but it's a district that Democrats have been trying to win for years and has always been a target, and they finally got it. It's the state Senate 14 race that we had, which was very important. That's what I did my video about. And this is the thing. The media focuses on one thing because it gets the headlines. Oh, this is where Mar-a-Lago is. It gets the headlines. But as someone who does analytics, yeah, 87 was cool. Okay. But it is one that the Democrats have been wanting for a while that a lot of people thought should be Democratic. This, on the other hand, is significantly more impressive, not just because of the candidate or because it's a slightly Republican district, but it shows voting trends of certain demographics. It shows an extremely well-connected Republican losing, though she was a carpetbagger. So yeah, so now the polls are closed in Georgia, but that's what I wanted to say. I just wanted to say, the the vanity outside the store window of what's being sold to people about what we should read into these elections are not what's in the store. It's not what is important. All right, so let's go ahead and I assume this is going to update whenever. And like I said, let me go over there and see if they got a Yeah, see, like I don't even see. I don't even see anything on Vote Hub. So, um, if anyone has a Vote Hub link, that'd be great because they usually do precinct level. They usually do precinct level stuff, and the good thing is they map it out, and they're just web scraping it off of this. Because if you see by locality, and then they usually have view by precinct here, and they're just usually web scraping off of this. So if anyone has that link, that would be great. Yeah, polls in Georgia close at 7 p.m. local time. It's 6 p.m. my time, 7 p.m. local time. Yeah, I have not been following. I mean, honestly, I've been working on this dashboard so much, I have not been following a lot of the elections in California. That primary still 2 months away, so we'll see what happens there. Okay, so obviously we don't have any immediate dumps. Okay, sometimes counties just do a dump immediately after the polls close. We don't have that right now. So, yeah. The other one we're going to be watching today, which is the polls are going to close in 2 hours from now, is the Wisconsin State Supreme Court, and to see if the Democrat can actually win in that race. Right now, the Democrats do have a majority on the Supreme Court. This would add another vote. This would, I think, if the Democrat wins tonight, this would make it 5-2 for Democrats or liberals or progressives on the court, which will be important when it comes to dealing with voter integrity and so on, to make sure that Republicans don't pull any shenanigans. Oh, so State Senate District 53 up here. It was very Republican. I need to look it up. I had it up before. So in the last election, well, let me see. Is it? No. In the last election, the Republican won at 78.8%. Let me go ahead and put that over here so that you can see that. 78.8% in 2024. And yeah, it was unopposed in 2022. So we're just seeing that the margin goes down in Georgia State Senate District 53. That's really all we're watching for there. Yeah, and that's it. Thoughts on the allegations against Eric Swalwell? I literally have not been watching anything political. Really. I've been working on videos and working on my program. Okay. Well, Harris is in the lead, it looks like. So someone did a dump. Let's go here. Let's see if we got it. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but it's showing that he's up by 23% with 0.22% in. I have no idea where that's at because it hasn't even updated yet. So it's updated. Okay, let me look at New York Times. So we always got to make sure that. Okay, here we go. A whopping 269 votes in. There we go. So yeah, maybe we'll stay on here for a while. Okay. So, woohoo! All right. 269 votes. Let's be like the Trump people. Stop the count, right? Yeah, I usually do have New York Times up beforehand in case of this. Here we go. Now we got some more. We got way more in. No, no, no. It's the same amount. Oh, okay. I see what it's doing. Well, let's look at voting method. So yeah, those will be vote by mail. So we're seeing a pretty significant vote by mail number. That's decent. But there should be significantly more vote by mail votes than 269. So even for like one county, there should be significantly more than 269 mail-in votes. So we'll see how this all pans out. But yeah, let's stop the count. Yeah, 53 out of dump 2. I guarantee it's gonna be the same. Yeah, they need to get their shit together on here. So maybe we can go Georgia specials. Oh, okay, maybe we can just go to. Yeah, it's just showing this, so it's not showing the map or anything. I'm kind of surprised. Oh, here we go. Oh, 10, a whopping 10 votes in Senate District 53. So yeah, there we go. Okay, we'll just put that over there so we don't look at that now. Okay. All right, so we got our first dump in. We got the first one in. We'll see how that goes. Oh, Metal Gamer, thank you very much for a super chat again. Should Orange Nero's taco move tonight? Stops working after 2 weeks and gas reaches $6 a gallon during the summer. Hoover midterm massacre. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, there are some people are just so unbelievably stupid. Okay. I mean, I was watching Pod Save America before this, and they were talking about that. And talking about how Megyn Kelly just basically is like, yeah, to me, trans people and making sure they get, recognition is way, way, more vital to me than if we nuke and destroy the civilization, the Persian civilization, right? So, yeah, you don't know what goes through some people's head because people here are just, yeah, brains of mush. So yeah, we'll see. Um, okay. Yeah, because if somehow Harris won this thing, don't expect it. Somehow it does. I say 99% that he doesn't. You always want to leave that 1%, right? If that 1% happens, it will be interesting to see how many Republicans jump ship tomorrow. Because forget the primaries. You might survive a primary. Oh, got a lot of burping going on today. You might survive a primary, but you're not going to survive a general. I mean, if the Georgia 14th did that. But again, let's see how many votes are out there. But then this also goes to, you want to look at the data, you want to look deep at the data. But as much as I just, shit on the media as far as House District 87 in Florida, the narrative does help. Okay. The thing with the narrative that doesn't help in Florida is like, oh, it's Mar-a-Lago, blah, blah, blah. But if you actually flip a district this big, that helps. I hate all the betting markets because every one of them have been extremely friggin' wrong this whole entire time. Yeah, that's supposed to be up. I don't want to see that stupid shit. I don't know why they don't have. Yeah, see, they're recalibrating it here. Oh, are you sure? Yeah, so we still have that. No, I just like I mean, and today was the day that I stopped watching CNN because today on CNN they had a crawler at the bottom showing what the betting markets were thinking about all sorts of stuff. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? Really? And it's just bad. All right. Let's see if Vote Hub has something because again, polls, averages, home. Be like even their news, they don't have even anything for April. So I don't know if they're. Well, I got this one. Let's see. Karen, thank you for the super chat. This was crazy. What did I miss on elections? How pointless was Hassan debate? Um, so I don't know what. Thanks for the super chat. What Hassan debate? I'm not. I'm not certain of that. So just clarify that for me. Um, trying to see if they have a. Somebody's burning leaves outside. Okay, we don't have anything there yet. I just want to see if. Where did I lost the. No, see, like they only talk about Wisconsin. They don't even talk about Georgia. I mean, if we're going to be honest, as far as policy, as far as other things, if you're a Democrat or progressive, the Wisconsin election is significantly more important than the special election in Georgia. If we want to be honest about that, right? We want to be honest. We don't want to lie. Oh, I don't know. I haven't watched any. Um, I hated CNN back in the day. They had back when they had Tucker Carlson. Yes, I mean, basically. See, now we got what's happening is going to happen. Um, yes, because that's really interesting. Because remember when Jon Stewart got on there and just told Tucker Carlson like you suck, right? I mean that's kind of gotten forgotten by a while. You know. So yeah, so let's okay now let's go back to what we had with Marjorie Taylor Greene. So we had Walker County. She won by 74%. Right now that's 64. That's a 10% reduction as of right now. Chautauqua County, I guess, 64%. Chicago County, 76%. We are seeing drops. Let's go over to the state elections website and see how that is parsing. They still have not updated it yet. And Decision Desk HQ has its finger up its ass. So yeah. If you're to the Democrats making this one under 50, this is very similar to what I think we saw in the Florida first and Florida, what, seventh was it? Randy Fine seats. If you get them under the 60% mark, that's impressive. I am looking forward. I am going to be in Florida, leaving for Florida 2 days from now. I'm going to be down. Um, I'm going to be down in Florida for almost a week. So I am looking very much forward to that, and I might be there permanently soon, hopefully. No, 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 Chattanooga. No, this isn't. See, it's not Chat. So somebody says, um, "Oh, is it pronounced like Chat?" But it's like it's not even that. Chattanooga. Okay, Chattanooga, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see if they've updated it here. So I want to see how that vote parses out. They still do not have it. They still don't have any updates on here. Here's the thing. I mean, there are reasons why I don't move to Europe now. Okay, let's just put it that way. There are reasons why I don't move to Europe now because I'm on Interpol's list. No, um, no, but family, other family stuff like that is the reason why I don't move to Europe now. But, um, but now that I have my passport, if shit really hits the fan, I do have that, you know, get out of here quick and never return thing. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, so somebody was talking about Hassan and Destiny and stuff like I don't know. Like I really don't give a shit. I don't know. I mean, which is weird because a lot of you know that probably a lot of you know that I was they he has one of those podcasts that he does and I was on one of his podcasts. I went down to Florida and we did the recording and all that. Got along with him fine. It's nice to have an intellectual conversation. But I will say this is that I do think Destiny, from the things I've seen from him, he's very smart. I give him that. I think he thinks he's the smartest person in the room, but it was like when I did the podcast with him, it was like he was in my space, voting behavior, um, election forecasting, stuff like that. It was like he was no longer the smartest person in the room. And I'm not trying to gloat on myself. Like if I were to talk about Middle East policy, he'd probably kick my ass because I just don't follow that. I have my core beliefs and then that's it. I don't read about it 100% of the time. But it was kind of interesting because it was kind of cool because like you could tell I was telling him about stuff in regards to um, voting behavior and other things and like he was like purely learning from what I was saying. So it was pretty cool. All right, let's go here. Okay, wait, is that the amount of votes that we have? No, we got 4,000 and yeah, they still only have it by this. Oops. No, 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 no. I just want to do overall voting method. So advanced poll, yeah, that's true. Advanced polling is usually okay. This is another thing to remember about Georgia too. Absentee voting, so that those numbers actually are probably right. Mail-in voting is not big in Georgia. It really is advanced voting and election day. And one thing that we've been seeing is kind of advanced polling and election day have kind of been Republicans do a little bit better in advanced voting, and election day Democrats have been doing better than usual. But right now we got a 2-to-1 margin of the counties that Georgia is showing. Yeah, it's still that amount. Oh wow. See now this is what we're talking about. Karen, thank you again for the super chat. Centrist trying to kick Hassan out of the party. Um I mean, the Democratic Party needs a total overhaul, right? That's just it. You can't always get what you want. Now, Cobb County, I don't think it has as much, but Cobb County. So we got two Democratic. Okay, Cobb County should flip. Paulding and Cobb. Polk 66, Polk before 77. This could be, like I said, this is it right here. This is it right here. If it stays like this, to me, if you're a Republican, this is jump ship territory. If you're looking at 55-45 and Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat, this is, if you were deemed an establishment Republican before Trump came in, this is where you got to decide: are you going to retire? Are you going to latch on to this loony? That's we'll see what happens, because we don't have Paulding and we don't have Cobb, and those are going to be much closer. Are we in winning territory? No. Are we in holy shit, this can get a lot closer than we think territory? Yeah, definitely are. See, they kind of got rid of all their other stuff. See, like, let's look at votes left. You can see a lot of the place where there are votes left are in the counties that are possibly going to flip to the Democrats. Cobb should flip to the Democrats. Paulding should be almost 50-50. And then Floyd County, let's see what Floyd County did last time. 66. It should go. If Floyd County stays Democratic, that will be interesting. Let's see if the state election site has actually updated their numbers. They have not. They're oh, look. They're kind of a little bit behind. It looks like it's going to be New York Times today, people. That's who we're sticking with. All right, so now we just wait. At least I got my tea here. I'm prepared for a long night. Not really a long night, but just a night. Okay. Just want to see when I do not believe they have, they must do a refresh every 10 minutes or so. It says this page auto refreshes and updated in real time. The last update they had was 6:16 my time, 7:15 local time. So they're web scraping this off of local officials. Okay. Nothing to talk about until, well, the one thing I want to look at. Okay, 2022. So maybe this is what we really should be looking at right here. Okay. This is when Marjorie Taylor Greene was still cray cray, right? She was still nuts. I mean, she is still nuts. Let's not, just because she's against MAGA and Trump, let's not, sit there and say she's a normal member of society. She's still fucking loony. But you can see 65.9. Where was the other one? Let's kind of flip this. 64.4. So the main reason I pulled this up, this is the 2022 results, 258,000 voters, right? So we want to keep an eye on this number. It's very, very far away from that. And we'll crack 100,000, it looks like. I wonder what race details means. That's all it means. Well, it looks like it's gone up a little bit. Yeah, so we'll keep on. I don't know if race details really. Well, actually, that's nice. Current margin, so on and so forth. All right, so now it's just a waiting game. And it's really, I mean, we do have Dalton. So let's see, what does Whitfield County have? Again, now I assume when it says votes left, they've been looking at the early voting data coming in. I don't know if they have election day voting data. They might have been able to get that from the counties. So I don't know what they have. So we'll see what happens here. Because you got Dalton here. Then you got, I think, is Catoosa County? Is that where Calhoun is? Or is Calhoun? No, Calhoun's further south. Okay. Ringgold. That's where the tornado during the 2011 tornadoes went through. All right. So let me go ahead and ask you in the chat. What do you think is the jumping ship moment for the Republicans as we wait for results here? What do you think is the jumping ship moment? That Republicans, the result today in a very high profile Republican district that had a high profile representative in it, at what point in the results today, what should the results be today where Republicans say, I have to really reevaluate what I'm doing? That's the question. And I said that's the main question coming into today. Let's look at how the state Senate seat's going. There's hardly anything in that state Senate seat. And they still have not gotten their stuff together. I mean, I don't think, I personally do not think. Yeah, so somebody said under 10% Republican win. I think that is it. I think if it's 60-40 or 59-41, I think Democrats feel that, or Republicans feel that, hey, we can still keep on doing what we're doing. If it's within 10%, I think, especially now, this is where the election day vote comes into play. Okay. If the election vote is significantly more Democratic today, then we're talking about the news that has happened over the last couple of days, what Trump talking about wiping countries off the map and civilizations off the map. That shows that it's affecting now, right? Okay, Calhoun is in Gordon County, my home county. Okay. Yeah, I always get Dalton and Calhoun mixed up. I'm going to be driving through there in a few days from now. I'm trying to figure out when I go down to Florida, which way I'm going to take. If I'm going to take 57 to 24 down to 75, go down that way. Or if I'm thinking about, and that goes through Dalton, Calhoun, Macon, Tifton, Valdosta, then down into Gainesville and all that. Or going to Nashville, going down 65 and going through Birmingham, Montgomery, Huntsville, and then breaking off from Montgomery. I think it's 231, going to Dothan, and then eventually going to Tallahassee. So I'm still trying to figure that one out. All right, so we got a more Republican county, Dade County, 59%. Let's see what it did for Marge. Okay, it won 80% for Marge in 2022. So that's a pretty big friggin' drop. Flying Fiddler, thank you for the super chat. Not jumping the ship, more jumping the shark. I mean, yeah. Oh, okay, here we go. This is interesting. So that's a good early vote dump. Size of lead, votes left, still got 16,000 votes going on there. Like I said, my guesses are able to get that info. They're able to get that info. Okay, now I want to see what the betting markets are going to do. They're not really doing. I'm just seeing how many people are going to start panicking and stuff. So yeah, so Calhoun's down here. So it will not, yeah, it's not in the. So this is good for the Democrats. So I don't know what somebody's saying is a mirage. I don't know what you mean by a mirage. Again, people are so focused on who, like the win or the loss, instead of what you can glean out of the results. What you can glean out of the results is more important. This is why Atlas Intel absolutely sucks. And for all who said hello, I'm seeing the results, but watching this, I'm also watching to see how my video did that I released today, because it on my election history channel, because it's got quite a few hits. Oh my God, Cracky Kornacki is doing a live stream. Oh, nice. Got over 21,900 subscribers. Beautiful. Oh, looks like it might crack almost 10,000 views on my video today. Awesome. Very happy. Okay, now we just wait. Let's see if the state has updated theirs, especially with Cobb County. It looks like they have. Let's see, how many votes overall? 24,000. Okay, we're kind of close there. So we have no election day. We do have Sean Harris winning by a little bit in advance voting. In the recent elections, we've seen the Democrats actually win election day voting. Remember, I said these are going to kind of maybe be even. So this is the number to watch. I mean, obviously, this is the number to watch compared to what we're looking at right now. But election day will tell us if what Donald Trump has said the last 48 to 72 hours has had a drastic impact on how people vote. This is your most important. If you're trying to figure out what the Democrats do from this point forward, if all of a sudden this number is lopsided for Sean Harris, now all of a sudden you're talking about, at that point, the Iran war is your message. At that point, the Iran war is your message. Yeah, Kornacki's live. I don't mind Kornacki. I think all of the analysis that the media does is kind of elementary. But like he's not going to talk about election day versus advanced polling and stuff like that. He's just going to talk about the counties, right? I'm still seeing a Vote Hub has the friggin' precincts. And I don't watch MSNBC that much because they're very much, whoa. Huh. That's a shock. That's a shock. Let's go over here. 70% Whitfield County for MAGA Margie. And then Catoosa County, okay. Dalton is my birth town. All right, awesome. I don't know when you were born, but I don't remember if it was Dalton or Calhoun. My grandfather almost moved there because Johnson Outboard Motors had a factory in either Dalton or Calhoun. I want to say it was Calhoun, but it might have been Dalton. That is. And forget, okay, I mean, it's probably going to flip back. Okay, we're talking about a county that went. I'm wondering if that's just a mistake. I wonder if that really should be Fuller 57, Harris 43. And they don't have it on the state's website yet. Let's see if they. Oh, Whitfield County has the same, or what's it called? Decision Desk has the same thing. Whoa. Okay, yeah, now you got it flipped. So now that means that some election day votes are probably starting to come in. But that. Yeah, so he got 40% in Dalton area during the primary. So yeah, so the fact that he's leading there is not maybe surprising me. Well, kind of is. It is, okay? It is surprising me, but the fact that it's 57-43 is where it's insane. Man, maybe I gotta make another tea. And we still don't have Paulding County here. If we see Floyd and Whitfield County going this way, I mean, we're talking about Whitfield County going the same as Cobb County, which it should not be. Wondering if this is a miscalculation. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully this is true. But I'm just saying, don't be surprised if there was a mistake and that flips. But my guess it isn't. If both of these are getting the same results. Let's see if we got anything. Okay, there we go. Okay. Results by locale. Okay. Let's go down to Whitfield. Yeah. Let's look at voting method. Okay, so I mean, I don't know how many election day votes are coming in. Yeah, so we're talking about legit here. Clay Fuller will what? Will win or will lose? Because if you're saying Clay Fuller will win, well, guess what? I got some news for you. The sun rose today. Okay, bold prediction there. This is the reason why. So Delta Elite said it in all caps, and then he says, sorry, all caps. It's also about those most inspired to get out and vote while the party in power is too pissed to show up. Today, I mean, really, the election day vote is, if we're seeing early votes go like this, I'm not going to go there yet. I'm not going to say anything. I mean, you still have Murray County. We keep on forgetting good old Murray County with their 5,200 votes. I mean, My neck's killing me. Okay, so let's do an update here. We're still waiting for Paulding County. That's the big one we're waiting for. That should, the way that we're looking at the trends right now, that should go Democratic. Mostly almost everything that we see right now, and I'm pretty sure everything right now, are early votes. So the Democrat Sean Harris is leading based on early votes. We have no election day votes yet. If we look at Floyd County, where Rome, Georgia is, that's, to me, also going significantly higher. And Cobb County is doing what I think we expect with the trend. I think Floyd County and Whitfield County are the surprises. So let's look here. Whitfield County, 57% for Harris. Marjorie Taylor Greene won 70% last time. Floyd County, Marjorie Taylor Greene won 67%. Right now it's going for Sean Harris at 56%. This is a smaller county, Murray County, that in a few minutes hopefully will show up. We still don't have anything from Paulding County as far as an early vote dump. Now, this essentially means, looking at the data we have here, the early vote dumps, I believe, should be all done at once. Though there are some states that do, or some counties and some states that do early vote dumps by precinct, I don't know if that's going on here. Yeah, I mean, if you were to come into tonight and say Cobb County should flip, that would be a good assessment. I don't think anyone expected maybe Paulding County, but I think a lot of people had said that been close. But the others, Floyd and Whitfield, I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card. Does this include mail-in ballots? I mean, let's see if it has it broken down. In Georgia, so yes. In Georgia, you need an excuse to get an absentee ballot. So not in Murray County, but we don't have anything in Murray. We don't have anything in Paulding. Polk, yes. Oh, Walker County, we don't have anything yet in. Whitfield, yes. So, yeah, so they're probably doing the early vote and vote by mail dumps at the same time. And say, why do Walker County's been there for a while? I don't know why they don't have it on the state website. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to do something really quick. I'm going to put my air conditioning up. It's getting warm in here. All right. So, yeah, I don't know why they don't have Walker County in the state totals. That's the main difference between the state numbers and what we see here. Okay, yeah, so let's see. So where are the most votes? We still have Walker County. We still have votes, but ton in Paulding and a pretty decent amount in Cobb. Yeah, usually if it says 95%, oh yeah, we can go look over here if they've updated it to see if it is completely in. Okay, yeah, see, they haven't done it. They're not updating this website much, but eventually it'll say 5 out of 5. If you hear my dog barking, I do live in a house. That's what happens. All right. I'm sorry. I'm trying to see if my video will make 10,000 views in the first day on my election history channel. Oh, wait, hold on. So let's see. 34, 3, okay, 35. Okay, I'm going to give Decision Desks HQ some props here. They're doing, well, see, they don't even have it. They're doing shifts correctly. They're doing shifts how you should do the shift. Bravo to them, because I've been on that warpath for a while. Um, okay, so Braden Morgan, I think it is. I can't see the, yeah, Braden Morgan, thank you very much. Just wanted to say thank you for covering this year's special elections. Hey, you're welcome. That's it's hard for me to do videos right now because it has been very, very slow in this time. But hey, if I can put up one, wasn't planning on doing this one today. I'm very glad I did now because I was like, if Danielson is still in the chat, I told him in our Discord, and if you want to join my Discord, down in the description below, I have a Discord link. I was telling him in the Discord, nah, I'm not going to cover it because it's Marjorie Taylor Greene's district. It's just going to go Republican anyway, which probably will, but it's pretty interesting. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. So that is, see, that's weird. Okay, they haven't updated it on here yet. So we do have it coming in here. That's a 50-50. I mean, Harris is in the lead, but that seems a lot less of a swing compared to what we've been seeing in some of these other counties. So if you're Harris, that's not as big of a win. Or a lead, excuse me. Do they finally have, okay, I think we're now up to date on the Georgia. Okay, here we go. I think we're now up to date on the Georgia website. So, votes left. You still have a ton from Paulding. You still have a ton from Cobb. And Floyd, these remaining ones should flip it back. But again, we need to see what Election Day does. I'm going to go to voting method. We do not have any Election Day votes. So wait. Okay, hold on. Yeah, see, those are significantly behind. So that's telling me that we're getting election day votes with the numbers that are coming from the New York Times. All right. Because if you remember in that Georgia State House, was it District 121 that we had earlier in the year? That big upset one that was just south of Athens, Georgia. I think that was House District 121. I don't remember. The candidate who won that ended up winning because of election day votes. Okay, it was a result like this, and then the election day votes put him ahead. Yeah, so this shows how it is, but I'm more interested in not how it's voting, but more about the voting method. This is what I'm really interested in. Okay, 22-22. What are they forgetting? Because it's like 26-24. Okay, it's a little bit better. Let's look at voting method. Okay, so we are getting election day votes. Let's look at locality. Let's see where those election day votes are coming from. My guess is it's one, maybe two counties. Oh, actually, wasn't one of the counties? No. Okay, Polk County. So, okay. So, wait, I thought, or not Polk County. Polk County is the one down here. Yeah, so you can see this is going to be more, it's looking more like election day is going, at least here, going to the Republican. So here you have a 2-to-1 split. Here you have a 3-to-1 split. Okay. Let's see if we have, and that's all we have for election day. Okay, so that's the thing that's our first indication that maybe election day will break. I mean, Polk County is just one data point. Let's see what another closer county has, and maybe we'll see something a little bit different. But what we're seeing right here is election day voters going 3-to-1 in Polk County for Fuller, where advanced voting went 2-to-1. Okay, so that indicates something. Again, like I said at the beginning of this video, if you're joining late, I said this at the beginning of the video. The media has been talking about how the Democrat will win, and or could it flip? It's probably not. Guy said there is a 99.9% chance, or I might have just said 99, that it's not going to flip. And don't prepare yourself for Sean Harris to win this thing. That's not what we're trying to accomplish today. I mean, if the Democrats could accomplish that, that would be really nice, but that's not the accomplishment if you're the Democrats today. It's about the swing, seeing where the swing's coming from and how the swing is happening. Okay? That's what's important. So we're waiting for some more updates. Yeah, I don't know why the state does not have Walker County included in their results. Hold on a second. Because the question I have is, where's the New York Times getting their data for Walker County? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Register to vote, precincts. Yeah, see, they don't have the election results. Like on their elections page, I don't see any link locally to that. So I don't know where this number is coming from, because it's not coming from the state. Yeah, but even if the Associated Press is getting it, like, where are they getting it from? I mean, I guess they could have an API. Let's see. Yeah, because the AP has that, so I have the AP up here, so they're showing it as well. But I just wish that they would show it. Wish they would show it on the other one. All right, so we obviously have a lull right now. I mean, if we look at the current margin, now this is you, and this is something I've been talking about. You kind of have R plus something, right? And people can think of that in like as two metrics. One can be a partisan voting index, and how a partisan voting index is done can be determined by whatever method you have. So, for example, like here in what I do on my channel, here I got a voting trend, partisan voting index. And like, for example, this is a state Senate district in Florida. I have it in R+4. Basically, how mine is determined is how does the district perform compared to the average of some other races. But this one I'm using right now, it's basically how much over 50% is a district for one party or the other. So basically this is 54%, saying that this district, the Republicans usually win it with 54%. Cook partisan rating does it different ways. But what we're looking at here is they're showing the margin. So you see R+4. So voting index, partisan voting index, and the margin will be different numbers, significantly different numbers. Okay. John, thank you for the super chat. When the swing in Georgia, it almost certain will go blue. I mean, here's the thing. I'm still saying the Republicans are going to win it, because this Paulding County number is just too low. But see, and I just don't know why Paulding County is so low here. It'll be interesting to see what election day votes there are. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Wisconsin one isn't for another. Yeah, okay, so here we got a big one. But I want to check that out compared to what it was. 84% to 73%. So yeah, you'll see this one is 26-24. Okay, it looks like, okay, so see, like here, Decision Desk is getting it from the state, 26-24, but I'd like to see voting method. See if we got any more election day votes. Okay, here we go. More election day votes. Yep, so you can see the vote, and this is the whole entire county, so it's done. You see election day vote is significantly going more. Floyd County has some election day in now. So here you go. This is a perfect example. You can see that Sean Harris won advanced polling, but you can see he's losing significantly in election day. So it does look like voters really like the removal of civilization. Who would have thought? Same thing here. We talked about Polk County before. See, here's the thing. It says Walker County, 11 of 11 precincts as of 4 minutes ago, but it's not showing any results. So it's saying, we go back here, it's saying that Walker County is done. At least the state is. There are no precincts there. Daniel Derrick, thank you very much for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Let me get down to your question. What do you think this means for the midterms and Senate going blue? I mean, again, like, I think it's good. Again, like I've said about all these elections, 2025 and now, where's the Republican win? Like, there was one election, I think maybe in Georgia, but there was one election in Tuscaloosa where the Republicans could look at and say, okay, that we did well there. But everything else has been strongly Democratic, like strongly Democratic. So I still think the Democrats are in a good position for both the House and the Senate, really. Yep, now we're just waiting. Here they go. Where was that at? Yeah, so here, Democrat has never received more than 40% of the votes in this district. So that's why I'm saying, I mean, I purely believe it's 55-45. If the Republican is under 55%, Republicans nationwide have to determine if, because it's a Trump thing, if they are going to sink with the ship or not. Because to me, this is the type of district, if you're losing a lot of voters, you still win. But if you're losing a lot of voters in a district like Marjorie Taylor Greene's, which is pretty rural, okay? Like, you go to Dalton, there are some Hispanic voters and stuff like that there, right? But pretty rural nonetheless. If you're losing this type of district, or you're losing votes in this type of district, you might hang on if you're in a very strong Republican district. But at this point, you basically have to say any Republican who received under 60% in the last election, because it was a Republican wave year, in the last election, they're in trouble this time. I mean, we can almost go to that conclusion now. Yep, Nathan Deal he probably was the last person to represent this district. Yep, he was a Democrat. He switched over to the Republicans and became the governor. Yeah. I don't know what Harry Enton says. I don't listen to that guy. I think he's full of shit. What did he say though? There's only a 6% swing for Democrats nationwide on a generic ballot. He's looking at polling. I don't care about polling. Like, I really do not care about polling. Okay, that must be. Okay, so that's more Lafayette County coming in. So if this is the case, then I think we might, if the swings are happening the way we're seeing them, Harris might win Whitfield and then Cobb County as well. Paulding, if that number were much bigger, then it would be competitive. Yeah. Let's see what the state has. Let's see if they got those. They still don't have those Whitfield County results in. Okay, I'm going to go back, because I'm just going to look at the overall. Yeah, so you can see like this whereas advanced voting here is almost exactly tie. You are seeing a 3-1 split. So again, yeah, see, because it says 10-10 low. I think there must be an issue with how it is, because it's saying that Walker County has reported, but it's not showing any results. So I don't know what's going on there. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, I mean, and again, anyone going into this thinking that the Democrat was going to win, like I said, don't think that. It's more about how much of a result this needs to go down in order for this to be considered like we see a major shift. I mean, first of all, we are seeing a major shift. If we end up 55-45, we are talking about anybody whose district was under 60% in 2024 is in danger of losing their district. Though it could be a close vote, they are in danger of losing their district. But the bigger story, like I said, is if this thing's 55-45, then if you're a Republican, you really have to decide if you are in one of those districts that you won 59% of the vote in, do you want to stick with the president or not? Is it going to help you? Okay. No, I mean it's not necessarily. So somebody says, it sounds like a moral victory. It's not necessarily a moral victory. Again, it is what you need, like what you need to get from it. Like it, first of all, if I'm the Democrats, this election day number kind of, I'd worry about that a little. It also, but it's also, I maybe not worry about it. It does indicate that the Iran issue, especially what Trump has talked about the last 24 hours. Oh, it's 8 o'clock p.m., right? It's 8:09 p.m. So have we nuked Iran yet? Please, if anyone finds out if we've nuked Iran, let me know, because we've now hit his US Iran agreed to 2 week ceasefire. Graham says Congress would need to approve the proposal to end Iran war. So he doesn't mind if the executive or the president starts the war, but then now Congress has to end it? Jesus fucking Christ, these people. See, Iran so far away. I always say, yeah, that's the thing. I always go, Iran, Iraq, and Kuwait, right? So I've always had that in my head. That's funny that somebody mentioned that. Yeah, I'm surprised the New York Times hasn't called it. I mean, Decision Desk is really shit at like their calling and stuff. See, now they even have Walker County in there. So they're not getting it from the states. Yeah, I'm surprised the New York Times hasn't called it yet. And then you have Taco. I think it was Taco that did the song Putting on the Ritz. See, it's a whole 1980s music thing today. Chances are hardly any of my viewers know that because they weren't born in the 1980s. This is the number I'm really looking at. Does that stay at R10? Does that go above R10? And that's all I'm watching. I just want to see the final results and see how this goes, and then see what happens in Wisconsin. So we can go over to Wisconsin Supreme Court, really quick here. Chris Taylor is the Democratic choice, I guess you can say. Again, if she wins, it becomes a 5-2. It's already a majority on the Supreme Court for Wisconsin, but it becomes a 5-2 majority. Significantly better position to be in. John, thank you very much for the um is it wrong to want Iran to win? Asking for a friend. Um I'm not going to say anything because the fact is if I travel, leave the country and come back in, they'll say, did you say this on a stream? Um so yeah. Now this one was 68. So this was, like I said, this is a huge shift. Okay, I'm wrong. They're not doing the shifts correctly because this was 78, so it should be a 10% shift. Um, so this is a big a shift. Like I said, this wasn't anything that we're expecting to win. This just was kind of seeing how a shift happens. But yeah, no, I think if it's a 20-point victory, like if it's under 20, okay. Again, if it's under 20 as far as the victory gap, it shows a swing, and it means maybe Republicans who won their districts 56, 57% should be sweating. To me, the 55% number is the holy shit, we need to get off this boat before it sinks. Okay. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. See if we got anything from the state's website anymore. Wait, hold on. 30, 26, 283. Oh, okay. It looks like they finally got their Walker County stuff figured out. Okay, good. They do. Awesome. Yeah, we're seeing him dominate the election day vote, which tells me that that people in this district, Republicans like war. Like Brett Kavanaugh likes beer, they like war. See, the thing was, so somebody mentioned Mike Lawler. Um, I agree in principle, but for some reason, he just keeps friggin' winning when he shouldn't win that district. Now, does is Lawler one of those people that needs to totally disengage? He has somewhat, but not totally. Yeah, I mean under 60. I mean, if you're looking at if Clay Fuller gets 60%, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. But if he gets 60%, then you're only talking about like a 4 to 5 point swing. And it's like, that is impressive because it's another Democratic swing that we see significant. But we're also talking about an election that doesn't have that many votes. So at that point, if it's 60-40, I don't know how much we can glean out of that election. And especially since we have a voting system here where they don't register by political party, that's something significant. Now, you might have saw my last video that I put out about Florida. We're actually seeing the evidence of something happening in Florida. That's why I call Boulder home. Okay. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I I like Boulder. Okay. Um. So for people say like Fuller won, we know he won. That's not the point, people. Oh, I guess people who worry about Fuller won are more into Polymarket and stuff. Now we're just waiting for Wisconsin. Yeah. So what did Democrats get from this? Overall, they're looking good, but like I said, the election day numbers tells me that Iran might not necessarily be the vote driving mechanism that many expected. I think the only way that Iran becomes the vote driving mechanism that we expect is all of a sudden if there are boots on the ground and people are coming home more in body bags. Okay. Because then there's actual, I hate to say this about the United States and Americans. They don't mind if they don't mind if people don't have health care. They don't mind if people die in war. They don't mind anything about that, unless it affects them. All of a sudden, this is why you see a lot of videos about people saying, fuck the farmers who voted for Donald Trump. They had no problem with Donald Trump with all the other stuff. Now, all of a sudden, when they're hurting, then they want to all of a sudden say, we don't like Donald Trump, right? That's the problem with America is it's never proactive. America is reactive. And that's, that is what it is. Yeah, Fitzpatrick, all of those districts there, um, in Lehigh Valley, all the way down to essentially Philly almost. It it will be interesting. I think those three should flip, but Fitzpatrick, like he wins, but he even wins more than what you expect. So he could be somebody that kind of buck the trend. Do I have a surprise district that'll flip? No. I mean, I can't think of one right now. I would have to look at the whole map to determine what that would be. Um, to be quite honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if the Florida 13th flipped. We'll see. Florida 27th, Florida 13th. I wouldn't be surprised if those flipped. I don't know if I have them in here. Yeah, so the Florida 13th, Republican +6, Trump won 55% there. Okay. Republican 27th here, Republican +8, so it is a little bit more, but you got more people I think registered as Democrats. And then, no, not the 12th. Okay. 14th Castor. Okay. Then you had the Florida 15th here. Could that flip? Possibly. So you do have some here that are more than R+8. Well, let's go back to 15. You can see if the right turnout ratio happens, then we could see that happen. But I think the 13th is definitely one that could be ripe for the picking. We'll see. And when it comes to North Carolina, I'm not necessarily sure that North Carolina's drawing of the maps are necessarily going to benefit them. Yeah, we kind of have a hold when it comes to the results. Cobb County should maybe make this, well, it'll be interesting to see with Cobb County how the election day votes pan out. Be interesting to see if he wins Whitfield County. That's a possibility. Floyd County, I expect to flip. Okay, so Iowa, for example. Yeah, Iowa, I think the Democrats, if all goes well, could win 3 seats in Iowa and the U.S. Senate seat. And for anyone who's been watching my channel for a while, you know that Iowa is the one state I keep on, harking on all the time. I mean, Iowa's just right here, right? It's not that much different than Illinois, to be quite honest. So the Iowa districts could flip. So Iowa 3 should flip. Iowa 1 and 2, or no. Is 2 or 3 the one? The one to the southwest of Des Moines. Yeah, so they called it for him now. I wonder why it took so long. Yeah, so 3 is the most Democratic. 1 is technically a little less Democratic, but the race was really, really close there in 2024. As a matter of fact, we might be able to get it on here. So you can see right here. See how close that was? This is the first congressional district. Okay, very, very close. So the first can flip. Actually, the first district was closer than the third district. Okay, but both were very, very close. And the first or the second district could possibly change. If we're talking about these shifts that we're seeing, you can see that, I mean, Ashley Hinson is now running for the U.S. Senate. You could see that this could be close. And remember, this is not, I know some YouTube channels on here will say Iowa is historically Republican. Not really. Okay, there was a time where like almost all the congressional districts were Democratic. Tom Harkin, probably one of the most progressive senators, someone who I worked for in 1992, was the senator there forever, right? Don't narrow your political knowledge to 6 years. Shifts happen and shifts change, and that's what we're seeing here. Iowa will be the most interesting state to watch on election day, I think. Yeah, if Ernest was still in there, I mean, she even had a close call, right? But I think that the Democratic candidates running for the U.S. Senate in Iowa are significantly better. Hey, actually, I did, like I said, I did my video about the 2020 Democratic primaries, and he ran for president for like 2 weeks or something, or 2 months. I mean, Texas, I think, is just a little too gerrymandered that, like, they gerrymandered it well. Okay, so, I see North Carolina, while we're waiting for Wisconsin to come, which is a half hour, let's just talk about this. North Carolina got a little bit greedy in their redistricting. So actually, let's go to Dave's redistricting, okay? And I'll show you why. All right, I'm going to put it in here. Let's go ahead and look at Dave's redistricting. North Carolina got a little bit greedy when it came to their districts. Okay. So as you can see, you don't see any really dark red districts. You see very light red and light red. Okay. That I think is going to be the problem. If we go over to statistics and we look at, well, let's go back to the map. Let's go over here. Let's just look at the president. Do they add the presidential election? Apply, apply. It might make it more red now. Then it makes these more red. Let's look at statistics. Let's look at how Donald Trump did in these districts here, right? 55%, 56%, 58, 57, 56, 58, 57, 58, 57, 56. You got a lot there that with these swings we're seeing could be 50-50. And they could just tilt over to the Democratic side. And if you and let's put it this way as well. There's only one big race in North Carolina right now, and that's Roy Cooper. So Roy Cooper can push all of these votes to these Democratic candidates running here. You don't see any of these congressional districts where the Republic or where Kamala Harris or excuse me, where Donald Trump got over 60%. You don't see it. They might have screwed themselves on this. I don't know if they have yet, but they might have. Whereas if we look at Texas, and we'll see if we got the presidential results. We do. You see a lot of red districts there, like dark red districts. So they said, hey, yeah, we'll go ahead and put the Democrats in their little areas, but we're going to make a lot of red districts. And we look at those statistics for these districts, if it loads, 74, 60, 60, 61, 60, 60, 63, 59, 66, and so on and so forth, right? This is why Texas, I don't think, is going to be what we should expect. Okay, now we're starting to see the numbers go up. Now we're outside of that 10% that we had here. So, yeah, I mean, it's an impressive night for the Democrats in this district. I guess it comes to the point as to how the media spins it now. Can a sub 60% win for the Democrats, I mean, for the Republicans, be enough for them to jump ship from Trump? I don't think so. I don't think that would be enough. Midwestern racism is different. Oh, I agree. I agree. I would say, and I don't even know how I would describe it. Okay, let me put it this way. I have my half of my family on my half of my family is from rural Northeast Mississippi on my dad's side. The other half of my family is from Chicago. Okay. A lot of Republicans in my family. I would say that I only have like one Democrat on my dad's side. And as far as like the ones who are blood related to me, one Democrat on my dad's side. And on my mom's side, I would say there are some cousins like who are who are Democratic, like me. But as far as the Republican members of the family, my northern family members who are Republicans are significantly more racist than my southern Republican family members. As a matter of fact, I would even go as far to say a lot of my southern family members who are Republicans are not racist. But the northern ones, oh, they are significantly racist. So when you talk about unique Midwestern racism, yes, I would say that race plays more of a role in the Midwest than it does in the South. Yes. As a matter of fact, even on my channel, I talk about that. So if you want to go to my channel and watch a video afterwards, watch this video about the elections in 1979 and 1983, particularly 1983, when Bernard Epton almost became mayor of Chicago, very close to becoming mayor of Chicago. That was just pure racism. So yeah, let's see if we got an update on the. Let's see. I'm just going to move that for now. 40. Oh, it's interesting because this. Let's see where it comes from. Oh, that's interesting. So all of them say state house of representatives and all that, but then this one, which is very Democratic district, um, as you can tell by the candidates running, um, it has it also in Spanish. Para la Cámara de Representantes de Estado Distrito 94. I don't know Spanish. So, all right, so let's see. Cobb County still has 0 election day votes coming in. I want to see how those, want to see if those are a little bit closer to 50-50 than the breaks that we're seeing. But that early vote has gone from 3-1 to almost 2-1. So that means that there's some county with the early vote that actually is a little bit closer. Okay. Whitfield County again. So Whitfield County, it looks like, well, no, we got 8 of 23. See, Walker. No, I didn't want to do that. God damn it. No, I know exactly why Ramaswamy is not doing well. And yes, you nailed it. You nailed it right on the head. And some of these election day numbers are starting to get a little bit closer now. So it'll be interesting to see if that does actually pull back under 55. I don't think it will, but it could. It could. What's racism? Okay. I mean, right now, right now, I'm just waiting to see what happens in Wisconsin. We still have 25 minutes left. I think John James loses just because I think the swing would. I think like some of those Michigan districts are districts that are for the taking for the Democrats. I do think that could be the case. So, like in that case, I wouldn't say it's a racism thing or anything like that. Because obviously it's not. He won, right? All right. Regardless, this is pretty impressive. Still no update on the state site. They haven't updated it in like 11 minutes. Michigan is the only, I mean, we'll see what happens and if the wave is fine. We haven't really had many special elections or anything really out of Michigan. The U.S. If there's one seat that I'm afraid of the Democrats losing in the U.S. Senate, it is the Michigan seats. I'm not worried about the other seats. Not even really worried about John Ossoff's seat, especially if we're seeing stuff like this. I think every one of these special elections that's happening in Georgia right now is putting a little bit more of a smile on John Ossoff's face. Um, but we'll see what happens with Michigan. That's the one I'm worried that the Democrats could lose if they're going to lose a seat. Oh, cool. I hit over 10,000 views on today's video. I'm happy with that. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, as far as McMorrow's concerned, yeah, she is maybe the. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the primary says. All right, so we like even the state senate district want significantly more Democratic, so that's good. Now we just got to wait for the polls to close here, and we'll take a look at that. But let's do a little bit of comparison here. Or no, I guess the best way to do the comparison, as somebody mentioned earlier, is just look at what we have here. What Marjorie Taylor Greene did before. Well, no, they're comparing it to Trump. Okay. So, Catoosa County, I guess it is. Trump won by 55%, Fuller by 23%. So that hurts. So you're seeing a lot of these, cut in half. Cobb County, Harris win by 16%, Trump by 9%. I bet Kamala wished she had those margins. Yeah, all of these are significant. The only one is Paulding County. I mean, it's still going to be a significant push for the Democrats. But yeah. Polk County, okay, this must be votes remaining, estimated votes remaining. Okay. I mean, you still have a lot here that it could still go under 55. I'm not holding my breath on that one, but it still could. Now that we're seeing those vote by mail numbers starting to tighten up a little bit. See, you're starting to see that knocked down a little bit. Let's go ahead and look and see if Cobb County still doesn't have any election day numbers in. Yeah, Floyd County was definitely closer than expected. Murray County, we expect that. Oh, okay. See, okay, now look at Paulding County. This I find very interesting. Okay, so let's go to Murray County. If we look at okay, I guess we're not going to go to Murray County. It says 5 out of 7 precincts reporting, but it doesn't show any election day votes. Okay. Let's go to Dade County because it's more rural. Okay. So you can see right here the big gap that we have between advance voting and election day. So you can see Fuller gains 66 votes, but you can see that Sean Harris loses more than 100. So that's a big gap. But when we come to Paulding County, as we can see here, Sean Harris is actually doing better in election day voting than advanced voting here. The advanced voting was essentially tie, right? It was only he's barely winning it here. Okay, so he won it by 9 votes, right? Here he's winning by more. So with Paulding County and Cobb County, we might see election day votes go more in Sean Harris's direction. That might be enough to put it under 55%. And to me, the 55%, I don't see how a Republican can actually be on board with it, or like be on board with Trump with 55%. So we expected Floyd to flip. Yeah, because as soon as election day votes started coming in, I was expecting Paulding County to flip because the results were so close. That's not happening. Harris is actually expanding his lead, like by a little bit. $16, 26, 16, 26. Yeah, so it could still be under 55. I mean, again, Fuller won, but we're talking. I mean, at the end of the day, we got to remember this. We are talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene's seats. We are not talking about like some 50-50 seat or 55-45 seat. We're not talking about some incumbent Republican congressman who just sits in the chamber and does nothing and just kind of chugs along every election cycle and doesn't want to be noticed and just kind of like, I just want to be reelected. We're talking about somebody who's extremely boisterous. We're talking about somebody who's extremely MAGA. Okay. So the fact that it's this close, it makes it interesting. It makes it that this district, and I even think because it's Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, it's significant. As a matter of fact, let's go over to Dave's redistricting. Let's go over to the congressional map. Let's go over to president. Okay, let's look at 14 so this is what I'm saying. This district, 14, 68.7% for Donald Trump, according to Dave's redistricting. That is the most that he got in any of these districts. Okay, does that mean that all of a sudden that District 12 is now in play? Is District 1 now in play? Okay, so District 12 over here with Augusta, and then Savannah has District 1. Okay, goes down to Brunswick and all. Is Brunswick in Georgia? Yeah, Brunswick's in Georgia. Okay, so yeah, are these two districts now in play? If black turnout, because let's go to the partisan leaning of the precincts. Okay, if all of a sudden, these are part of the black belt right here. If all of a sudden you start seeing these, let's see. Yeah, see, they're just outside. All of a sudden, if you have Augusta and Savannah turning out. Now, if you remember when I was talking about early voting in 2024, I said the biggest thing that was hurting the Democrats when it came to Georgia in 2024 was low voter turnout in Savannah, low voter turnout in Augusta. That was what killed the Democrats in Georgia. Had those areas had just a tad bit of a higher voter turnout, Democrats could have won Georgia. But these were big problem areas. If Democrats are able to mobilize black voters in Savannah and Augusta, it all of a sudden becomes possibly another flip. Okay, we're seeing more votes come in. So, yeah, just waiting now. We got about 13 more minutes. I'm watching a walking tour video. I don't know if anybody watches that, but this is a walking tour of, is it Tokyo? Like the neighbor, suburban Tokyo. Okay, I'm going to look at the chat to see what people are talking about as we wait for um, more coming here. If you want to support the channel and support what I do and the analysis I do, please leave a super chat down below. People tell me I should ask for that, and I never do. But if you appreciate what I do, please leave a super chat below. All is greatly appreciated. Subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed. I know a lot of people subscribe to make a comment, and then all of a sudden I lose subscribers. And also, just want to say this. If you're watching right now and you like history about elections, please go to my election history channel. Just search election history in the YouTube bar. I just did one a few weeks ago about Nelson Rockefeller. I did one about the Arnold Schwarzenegger and the recall election of Gray Davis. And I'm working on a state series, and I'm doing California right now as far as the state series. And that's going to take a lot of time. I've done one on Canada. Here are a few on Canada as well. I've done one on Sinn Féin. This was a 2-hour and 35-minute video, essentially a complete history of Sinn Féin. So if you're into that, please go ahead and check that out. Yeah, see, that one's gone up a little bit. I wonder where those votes came from. Yeah, see, we're seeing a little bit more. We're seeing, okay, that must have been the rest from Walker County. Yeah, Walker County. Dade, Walker, Chattooga, I guess. Some left in Floyd. Polk. There's going to be hardly any in Murray. But the rest of the counties that are out are Sean Harris counties. So we might get under 55%. We're only 1.1% away from that. I do believe that's significant. All right. So yeah, we still have, I don't know if there's any polling out of Wisconsin. So yep, now we're just waiting. I mean, now it's just a matter of waiting. Because I think that the 55% mark is kind of a psychological border, I would say, that below that 50, if the number is 54, that's not good. And I don't know, and people can go ahead and actually comment in the comment section or in the chat. To what extent was Marjorie Taylor Greene involved with this election? Was she totally removed from it? Do you know? Was she actively involved with it? From what I've seen, it does not seem like she was actively involved with it. So, yeah, let me know if you know about that. Yeah, and if you're wondering, Marjorie Taylor Greene, her previous, this is the last midterm, 65.9. This is the last, nope, this isn't it because we started looking at the Iowa districts. This like, but somebody said it was 64.4. So there we go, 64.4, 65. Schwartz, thank you very much for the super chat. Any big plans, summer or otherwise? Thanks again for the streams. I mean, my big plan in 2 days, I'm going to Florida, right? That's my big plan. Like I said, right now, I am mostly working on my election history channel. These videos take a lot to produce and make, so that's it. And I'm working right now on my voting trend platform. But right now, I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't done many live streams or videos because from the Illinois primary until now, there hasn't been really much to talk about. This April is kind of a lull, okay? So there hasn't really been much to talk about, so that's why I haven't produced much. And honestly, I would consider doing a video every day on my channel. There's just nothing to do videos on. If I did do videos every day, okay, there's something on here that I'm gonna do. Fuck it. Start a poll. It's got 413 viewers in here, so I can get I can get a statistically significant number. And it's my universe, so there we go. Okay. Okay. Yes. No. Okay, let's see how this works. Okay, it's generating. I don't know if it's working. Okay. Should I do videos about polls now? Because you know I hate polls. I absolutely friggin' hate polls. And I hate polls this far out, but I just have nothing to talk about. And polls are about the only thing to talk about right now. So when I say, should I do videos about polls now, I'm talking about the polls now. Now, when we get closer to August, September, October, I'll do videos about polls then, probably daily, but like right now, okay? So it'll be up there. I hate polls. Okay, I don't want to do commentary because you have to drink whatever Kool-Aid for the commentary. Commentary is not there for people who have their own views. You either have to adhere to one dogma or another dogma or another dogma. You can't have your own, point of view. There's nothing to talk about statistically unless we have an election like we have right now. I'll probably do a video about this election, but it's like, yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's like, I don't know if I should do the polls because I shit on polls all the time. And I shit on polls all the time. And I don't know if I should do videos about polls when I shit on polls all the time. Yeah, so I do. Okay, so cool. So you said their Wisconsin map is live. See, and we're getting some really good numbers for Peltola out of Alaska. Oh, here we go. I'm just seeing if we zoom in at the county level, does it? I know sometimes when they do these videos, they have some um like you have the county and then they'll eventually break it up into precincts. So we'll see how that goes. So this is the map that we'll go with Vote Hub. As a matter of fact, okay. There was Daniel, thank you again for the super chat again. Well, I think most polls are garbage. Oh, let me go ahead and end that poll now. If you want to vote in that poll, you got like 5 seconds or 10 seconds. Okay. Dave, while I think most polls are garbage these days, I'd still love hearing you break them down. Political commentary, I don't think is the way to go since everyone pretty much already have their minds made up. I like hearing about electoral trends. Yeah, I mean, that's what I want to do. That's what this, it's voting trend, right? That's what the whole channel is about. I'm going to end the poll now. So 61%. Geez, you guys are going to put me through hell, aren't you? So anyways, one of these lakes, is it Sam Cooke? Because you had Sam Cooke and then I forget Otis Redding. Okay. Okay, so Sam Cooke was murdered. Otis Redding. He died and like his plane crashed in one of these lakes. Okay. Lake Monona. So whatever Lake Monona is, that's where Sam Cooke, his plane crashed here, and that's where he died. So yeah, a little bit of history, a little bit of gory history while we're on here, while we're waiting for the votes. In 1 minute, we got the polls closing. Adventure Trust, thank you very much for the super chat. When you are inspired by polls or stats that are interesting to you, good angle, and then go for it. You have great content, analysis, and reasoning. Thank you very much. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If it's like the data can be interesting. Like if I see like if we go back to the Peltola polls that they just showed here on Vote Hub, that is really interesting, but it's just so far ahead, right? And there's not much to glean from them. Let's keep an eye on Georgia. Okay, I'm going to move this over here. Let's keep an eye on Georgia. Want to see if these numbers get below 55. That's what we're looking at today. 53-42. Yeah, see? Okay. So, let's see. Cobb has 12 of 30. And Sean Harris is winning election day votes in Cobb. Let's see what Paulding's doing. I think it was 9 of 20 before. Yeah, that's the same number. So there we go. Cobb might bring this thing back under 55%. Let's see how that works. Now in Wisconsin, polls are now closed in Wisconsin. I do not know if we're going to have an election dump in Wisconsin. I'm going to go ahead and still have this up there. Let me see the... Now, one of the problems with Wisconsin, will they have it? No. One of the things, and thank God for platforms like Decision Desk and Vote Hub and stuff. Wisconsin is a pain in the ass state because most states will have counties that do the elections, like the clerks will do it or the supervisor of elections, and then they'll report to the state. Wisconsin doesn't do that. Wisconsin keeps all of the election stuff with the counties. There isn't like a state aggregate. So if you were to do the counting from these counties, you have to get data from each county. So like when Vote Hub's doing this right now, they're data scraping from each individual county. And that is an undertaking. So here we are. We got it. We got it. We got it here. How dare you speak ill about SoCal strategies? People still remember that? Did I end up doing a video about them? I think so. Yeah, let me go. You're right. I should still have everything up, right? All right, so I don't know what the dumps will be. I don't know if there are any dumps going on right now. Predictions for Wisconsin margin? No. I hate doing predictions. Because you know what? Predictions, the problem is you can't um you don't know what turnout is, right? This is why when I do my Florida Nowcast models, I can make predictions with those as the polls close, because the nice thing about Florida is you get all the early vote numbers, and on election day they update all the numbers. So once everything is done, I can say, okay, we have all the numbers of the people who vote. My prediction is going to be this based on the model, right? And this was one of the problem I had with the models when I did the midterms, is with the exception of Florida, I was able to do early vote and vote by mail, but I wasn't able to do election day voting. So me making a prediction of what was going to happen in all those states were based on what could happen on election day, right? My models were very accurate when it came to my models were very accurate when it came to the early vote and vote by mail. But when I spoke, I was just guessing what election day could do. And that's wrong. You shouldn't do that. So as you can see, okay, they have it here too. So endorsed by. So I mean, this is a nonpartisan race, but Chris Taylor is endorsed by the Democrats. Maria Lazar, I guess, or is it Lazar? Okay, because I want to say laser, right? Endorsed by the Republicans. Then you got write-ins, which sometimes can get crazy. Let's see what's happening in Georgia. Oh, nothing new yet. Okay, so how will your Florida model look if so many R's and NPAs are voting blue? Um, that becomes an issue, right? And this is what I tell people, and this is the honest God truth. And I said it during my I think I said it during my interview with Destiny, and I said it in my videos before. You can only predict as much as far as the data that you have, right? If there is a fundamental voting shift happening, like we saw between 1928, actually, I do have a old book here about the 1928 presidential election. If we do see a fundamental shift between 1928, like 1928 and 1932, right? Or 1930 and 1932, you can't account for that based on 1928 results. So sometimes models can be wrong for that. Okay. And that becomes kind of the issue. And it's going to be hard to account for that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because what we've seen in the panhandle of Florida is unbelievable. So, okay, while we're waiting for anything from Wisconsin to come in, let me go back to my Florida stuff here. I'm going to go to the 1st Congressional District. Now, if you watch this channel, you know I've been going on the first congressional district for a long time. Talk about how Jimmy Patronis received less votes than the amount of Republicans who voted in that election. Let me give you some precinct examples, right? So let's go up here. As you can see, almost in a typical election, almost all the nonpartisan affiliated voters vote for the Republican. And then there's a predicted 1.8% crossover from Democratic voters over to the Republican side. So you see, here's 3.5% crossover, 1.8% crossover, 2.3% crossover. This one doesn't have a crossover, but these crossovers that we have, 2.4. So you can see that Republicans are winning all the Republicans, all the nonpartisan affiliated voters, and a chunk of the Democrats. The reason why I say the first congressional district is so important is that, okay, here we go. We're seeing it flip the other way. Okay, so we're now seeing in the first congressional district, the Democrat winning all the Democratic votes, all the NPAs essentially, and bringing Republicans over. It's insane. This is why I'm saying Florida might be a swing state again. Okay. John O'Don, 1968. Thank you very much for your super chat. I think Chris Taylor runs away with this one. Remember, Elon threw 10 million at the last one and still lost. Right. And he threw money into the presidential race, right? Okay. So here you go. Donald Trump won this county by 16%. So we are getting some early voting dumps coming in. Because you won't have, I don't think you would have nearly 3,000 votes, or 3,000 votes actually, in with polling place closed only 9 minutes. So there we go. So, yeah. So yeah, so that's why I'm saying about Florida is we're waiting for more results. Here, let's go ahead and just look at Georgia a little bit. And it's gone back up again. Let's see what votes are remaining so I don't have to go. Yeah, this might be right on the cusp of getting below 55. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. Let's go back to Wisconsin. Here we go. Okay, like Waukesha County is a Republican county. That's more Republican. Yeah, that's a little bit too Republican. Funder, thank you very much for the super chat. We win in bigly this year. Hope is eternal. Yeah, we'll see. Now, these are Republican counties. So you do have Brown County, that is where Green Bay is located. Waukesha County is a Republican county. Okay, so it's a Republican county. But, okay, so these are obviously, Kenosha came in. Kenosha. See, now, Kenosha and Racine. Now, I don't know. I mean, even though, like I was literally born almost nearly next to, I was nearly born like next to Wisconsin, right? So I was born here in Waukegan. My grandfather literally lived, there's the state line right there. My grandfather literally lived right here. And as a child, when I'd go see my grandfather, would always go up to Wisconsin and go up here. And even though I'm from this close to it, I don't know if people in Wisconsin call it Racine or Racine. I've always called it Racine, Wisconsin, not Racine. So if you're from Wisconsin, let me know, because I don't know which way. I call it Racine, like ruh, instead of Ray. Okay, please let me know. So anyway, so that, and to me, Racine and Kenosha counties are kind of two of the counties that Democrats need to grab. This used to be Les Aspen's congressional district. They need to start grabbing those, right? Oh, now Waukesha County has gotten closer now. That's a good. That's a good result. Oh, your dad was born in Waukegan. Okay. Question is, which hospital? Um, See, it's even changed names. When I lived there, when I was born, it was Victory Memorial Hospital, right? But they've now changed it to some corporate name that it is. But yeah, Victory Memorial Hospital was where I was born in Waukegan. So actually, when I flew, I took a vacation to Hawaii a few years ago. There was an airline pilot, like I was waiting for a lift. This airline pilot or their crew was waiting for a lift. And I think I had like my White Sox hat on. He's like, "Oh, you're from Chicago?" I go, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." He's like, "Where are you from?" I go, "Oh, I was born in Waukegan, but I lived in Schaumburg, Hoffman Estates, and all that." If you were watching the live stream I had for the Congressional District, CD9, I talked about how I lived in that Congressional District. And he's like, "Oh, I was born in Waukegan." I was like, "Oh, I was born in Victory Memorial Hospital." And he's like, "I was born there." So it's such a small world. Okay, Racine. Okay, good. Because that's how I've always pronounced it, Racine. Okay, I've never pronounced it Racine, but I've seen people pronounce it that maybe where other places are named Racine. Okay, but I've always said Racine. Racine. Oh, okay. So Kenosha is now going blue. To me, Racine and Kenosha, that's the key to Wisconsin. Lowering okay, Door, Kenosha, okay, Kenosha and Racine, lowering those margins, doing better along the Mississippi River, and Waukesha, start bringing down those margins. And that might be what we're looking at today. When it comes to Waukesha, how close can the Democrats make this? Now, because the Democrats already have a majority, or the liberals, progressives, or whatever, already have a majority when it comes to the Supreme Court, 4-3, are people less likely to vote because this would just add to their majority? Okay, maybe people say, it doesn't matter who wins because they got a majority. I don't think that would be the case, but it could be. Okay, let's go back to Georgia. Now we're getting a bigger gap now. So, but we still have a lot of votes from 18,000 out there, but yeah, we got very few from up here. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll keep an eye and see if that stays. If that goes below a certain, it goes below 55. Jesus Christ, I've got a headache. See, the thing is, I get a headache when doing these things, so I got to take some Excedrin. I mean, sometimes you get the headache so much. Gotta have a big ass bottle of Excedrin like that. I mean, once Milwaukee and Dane come in, like those numbers are gonna flip. The fact that it's 47, 52 or 53 right now, with like Waukesha County coming in. Oh, Madison. So Dane County has come in. Oh, okay. See, now Decision Desk is on top of it here, right? Yeah, 74%. And that's early vote drop. And then La Crosse, and then Eau Claire. Where is that? Eau Claire will be one. You don't have Door coming in yet. Waukesha. Okay, Kenosha. I'm surprised they don't have the New York Times doesn't have Dane County in there yet. Yeah, let's go over here. Let me see what's happening here. Yeah, let's go over here. I just don't like that their map is so small. I mean, here's how I look at it. Waukesha and Brown are gonna be your two big Republican counties. Now maybe we can see this over here. Oh, waiting for estimates, okay. Those are your Republican counties that you're expecting to push this thing for, like as far as big percentages, right? If those counties are already starting to report nothing else and you're a Republican and you're running 50-50, then that's not good. I mean, granted, now we have Dane County in there, but we don't have Milwaukee. I have a feeling that Racine will, if Kenosha's going blue, and that's a pretty decent 50, yeah, 52-48. Okay. If Racine goes, I mean, if Kenosha goes blue, Racine goes blue. Madison, let's see how many votes that they can push out. Waukesha, let's see if that can stay low. And again, I think that this vote is important for the fact that, sorry, I think that this vote's important because if we have situations where we have issues of voter interference by the federal government, we do have a situation in Wisconsin where you have the courts on your side, you have the state executive on your side, right? So those are going to be the firewall to stop any federal interference. Now, when you got Georgia, you kind of got it open. Maybe Rathensperger is going to be able to stop it, but kind of got it open. So this will be a good firewall for the Democrats. Oh, that number is just going up and up. That went up significantly. So okay, now it should be going down, but the question is it going to go down enough? Because now you're talking about 2.5%. So all you got left there is Paulding and Cobb County. This is the only problem with, yeah, so I don't see any precinct reporting. This is the problem with VoteHub. Their map is very clunky. Okay, great. Here we go. Oh, there we go. We got Door County. Great. So 5644 in Door. That's a big one. Yeah, but I think it was showing here. Yeah, it must have been a mistake because yeah, it did show the result looked different and now they've pulled it off. Jesus Christ. Taylor slammed the door on Lazar. Yeah. Um why is their number so much higher? Is it Door County? Must be Door County that's pushing it up. But now we're getting now we're moving. Now we're getting some numbers. Yeah, that's close. That's close. Wow. I mean, that's way more of a surprise than Waukesha, actually. Because we still have Milwaukee, we still have Eau Claire, we still have Racine. And again, Racine could go Republican. You know, you might have a situation where Kenosha and Racine, as election day votes come in, could become more Republican. But I don't know. I don't know. It might not be the case. You know, they're taking their time. I'm just going to look at Georgia really quick. Okay, 57.5. So it does look like that's the case. So that's finished. That's finished. Cobb County still has 12 of 30. Okay. Okay, so literally it's just Paulding County and Cobb County. Those are the only votes out. And the good thing is, if those are Democratic precincts and it's taken a long time to count, that's a good thing. See, it's like I like this dashboard they have, but I don't see it. I don't like the dark option. See, to me, like the problem I have with this dashboard is the map's too small. Like everything else is too big and the map's too small. I'll admit that's what I like about my upcoming panel that I have right here. And it's nice because you can go ahead and bring these down that you can just have the map. I'm happy with my design on that. That's Waukesha. That's 56% of the vote in. Kenosha. Okay, 119, 120. So, okay. So now it does seem like Wisconsin or New York Times has finally caught up. It's just I'd love to look at this map. There's no precinct data available, and it's just Vote Hub is so clunky. So clunky. So what is pretty close? I mean, Fond du Lac, that's pretty close as well. Waukesha is pretty close. And in Dane, we only have 22%. We have 0 coming in from Milwaukee. Once Milwaukee and Eau Claire come in, that should bump it up more. What? So I assume Alicia Halvin Sleben is the Democratic choice here. We'll just go ahead and tack that on to our. How the hell do I tack it on here? Forecast, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to add a reaction. I just want to add it to my damn watch list. Oh, right here. Okay. Well, I assume because it's a Republican county, Scott Allen is Republican. See, it's these small races that you have to watch as well, right? Yeah, so they called her the winner. That's see, they have more results. It looks like. Yeah, because they're only at 134. They're at 200, 215. Yeah. Oh, it's because Milwaukee came in. As soon as Milwaukee came in, that's probably what brought in the brought in that number. So probably made the call after the Milwaukee was brought in. You still have Racine, you still have Eau Claire, and you still have. I mean, I'm kind of interested. Um, so I'm trying to think in that Supreme Court election in 2023, what the results were in Waukesha County. Okay, here we go. So in Waukesha County, in the last Supreme Court race in 2023, the Republican won 58.1%. So we're seeing a 3% reduction here so far. So we'll see what happens with that. Kenosha did go for the Democrat, 54%, and that's where we are right now. So that was a 55-45 race. We might see something similar from what we saw in 2023. A 10-point win. That was exactly a 10-point win, basically. Well, it was 11 point. It was 11 point. 55.5, 44.4. So I'm kind of interested to see if the margin goes up or if it stays the same. It does seem like the results that we're seeing are on par with what we saw in 2023. 82%. Actually, Dane County is a little bit less. It was 22 or 82% in 2023. I would love to live in Madison. Madison's one of my favorite cities. I love Madison, Wisconsin. Actually, I like if you go to Milwaukee, I like the area south of Milwaukee. City of Racine is a shithole. I'm sorry, but it is. Um I mean, like the city of Racine. You go into some places in the city, it kind of looks like a nuclear bomb hit it. Okay. I was up there what 2 years ago. No, I was up there during the election, and because I was actually driving through some part, and there was some Kamala Harris event going on, and just like some parts of the city of Racine, not the county, but the city, just looked desolate, run down, not good. Reminded me of North Chicago. Okay, 20. Does every state does every count okay, does every state have a Polk County? I don't think we have a Polk County in Illinois. Maybe we do. Yeah, there is no Polk County in Illinois. There's a small town of Polk. I was gonna say I don't think we have a Polk County in Illinois. I'm sure every southern state definitely does. Yeah, see, I mean, we'll see what the numbers are. The question is this going to be if it's 60-40, then we're talking about like Georgia Public Service Commission blowouts. I mean, to me for 2025, a lot of elections were really impressive for whatever reasons, but to me that those Georgia Service Commission races, Public Service Commission races were just phenomenal because they were a statewide race as well. And you're talking about a commission that what the Democrats didn't even have anyone on the commission for what 20 years. Now they got two members. Now Lake County, every state might have a Lake County. That could be. No, Utah does not have a Lake County. So I know Utah. See, those like Florida, Illinois, Utah. Those are the states I know. Well, I know Utah and Florida better than I know Illinois, but like I can always say, oh, does one of these three not have it? Utah does not have a Lake County. Utah does not have a Hamilton County. Kind of surprised it's just stuck here. Okay, yeah, Alaska doesn't have any counties at all. So you're right. I mean, yeah, so I guess it doesn't count, really, right? Because they have like the administrative districts or whatever. Okay, so excluding Alaska, right? Okay, now it's gone down. It's gone down a hair, right? Oh, Claire has not come in yet. Woo. Could Brown County flip today? Could Green Bay flip? Well, let's see. Utah does not have a Madison County. Utah does not have a King County. Yeah, I'm going to be watching Brown County. Let's go back to that Georgia race. Do we have any changes? Let's go back here. Nope, they're still counting those votes in Cobb County and in Paulding County. So they're still counting those. We got a few more coming in. Wow, that went up to 61. What was that? Was that maybe more? Okay, yeah, that was a boost coming out of Dane and an increase up to 82%. And Kenosha looking good for the Democrats as well. I want Racine to come in. And Waukesha, let's see. I mean, that's at 84%, but anything under 55% is good. Now in 2023, there were 1.8, a little over 1.8 million votes cast in the Supreme Court race. So we'll see how that does here. Oh, so Brown. Oh yeah, so I'm looking here. So yeah, in the 2023 race, Brown County went 51 to 48 or 52-48. Okay. Okay, yeah. So Green County or Brown County can go that way. I was thinking Green Bay. Brown County can go that way. Now, this is one thing that we need to really look at, and I think we need to look at the post-election analysis. Is okay. You know what? Well, what? Let's see. Is there anyone we should be watching in the Anchorage, Alaska race? Is there any race we should be watching in Anchorage? Like, we got the assembly. Please let me know, because, and the reason why I ask, I really want to know more about Alaska politics. Okay, I consider my childhood in Florida, like here in Illinois, I consider my home Florida man, right? I know Utah well, but I went to Juneau, Alaska. I fell in love with that city. I really want to explore Alaska more. So, we'll watch some of the assembly races. Well, I don't know if we can. That's going to be pretty late, right? Alaska is just too late for me. I would stay up, but man, I got to work in the morning, right? So probably won't do that. But I do want to get more in depth in Alaska, definitely. Oh, so Paulding came in. Okay. Yeah, that was close. And that was close. I mean, Fuller won Paulding County, but barely. And what I say at the end, I am like, probably Cobb County will be the one the Democrats win. Yeah, so there won't be enough in Cobb County to bring this below bring it below 55. Oh yeah, let's go back to this one. Um yeah. Yeah, I would like to do more on Alaska politics. So, um because I'll yeah, let's see. Hold on a second. Yeah, so one thing that we got to look at here, and I think this is going to be quite important as well, is that if we see the percentages in a lot of these counties say the same. So, for example, in Waukesha, we have 55%. It's only a 3% difference compared to what we saw in 2023. If we see a lot of the percentages the same as we saw before, but we see a bigger gap, like a 5-6 point increase for the Democratic endorsed candidates, that means that Democratic turnout in these Democratic counties are going up significantly. And this is one thing that we are seeing. We are seeing people who are Democrats motivated to get out and vote. Oh, Claire's in, right? Okay, so there we go, 66%. That's probably what brought Taylor up into the 61% was Eau Claire County. Oh, and that's 90.97% in, so that's almost all of it. I like to compare 2023 to 2025 because I think 2025 is a it's like a reaction to Trump year, like all the 2025 elections were. I would say that 2023 is kind of like a low bar for Democrats, right? So that's the reason why I've been looking at 2023. I say, knew it was around here somewhere. Holy cow. Well, I know there's some like very liberal enclaves in there. That's like Sauk County is like there's like these hippie enclaves in that area. Yeah, so unfortunately Cobb County won't bring that under 55, but it's still a good result nonetheless for the Democrats. Oh yeah, I forgot. I can probably just look at it here. Yeah, so we'll just keep an eye on that. What's happening on here? I don't think much is going to change in Mexico. Well, I know in Mexico they're supposed to be, or they're trying to change the election law, I think, to reduce the number of members of the Senate and House of Representatives. I think they're trying to do some electoral reform in Mexico. So that would be interesting to like research. Oh, does Vote Hub in Milwaukee, do they have like precinct level? See, it's like here's okay. What does geography type mean? Satellite default. Oh, that'd be nice. Let's see how that turns out. Yeah, I don't like that. Ah, precincts. Here we go. Oh, okay. There we go. And we do have it for Dane. Okay. Yeah, like I found like this part of Milwaukee really really nice here. I think this would have been it. Yeah, because I remember I was like, oh, I'm driving by South Park, right? So I do like this. Yeah, these areas are really really nice. The only problem is I don't know. Oh, okay, they got Kenosha as well. So yeah, and this is really the dividing part. I assume this is nine. No, this would be 94 here, Interstate 94, and this would be Sheridan Road coming up out of Winthrop Harbor. Um, so yeah, the city of Kenosha. And the weird thing is about these two states is that yeah, it shows how weird federalism works. You're on this side in Winthrop Harbor, you have all Chicago Bears flags. Just flip over to Kenosha County, you see all Green Bay flags. It's insane. Well, this is one of the reason. Yeah, I don't know as much about, like I said, as much about Milwaukee, so I can't really comment on it. Where would the heavily Hispanic precincts be? Give me an idea for like next time. Yeah, so if we end up over 60%, we're seeing Democratic places turn out and Republican places flatlining. Every single aspect of this election. Oh, you have the link in the disc. Oh no, that's probably what you were just showing me. The link for what's it called? And by the way, people, you can join my Discord. People who go to my Discord um, probably know that I'm very bad at responding and doing stuff with Discord. But how many? We have 71 members. We've been hovering around 71 for a while, right? I guess let me invite the server. Can I get just a link? Okay, so I'll put the link to um, yeah, I'll put the link to Discord here. So if you want to join it, please join my Discord. Okay. Oh yay, my video's gotten 11,000 views on. Okay, so American politics are weird. Democrats used to be conservative. Some Democrats still are, right? Well, and that's one thing that we've seen time and time again. Let's go back to that. So, Hispanic precincts are in the South. So, are we talking about like in this area here, south of downtown? Because I know along the coast here, these are very white rich people, really, or maybe down into here, getting closer to Racine. Um, so yeah, I mean, I don't know what that, but we have seen Hispanic voters really shifting over. If there's one big shift that we can say is universal everywhere, Hispanic voters just going big time to the Democrats in these elections. Okay. And see, this is where the whole um, argument about high propensity voters falls apart. Hispanic voters usually have the lowest turnout. If we look at white, black, Hispanic, and we take white Hispanic and put them into the Hispanic category, Hispanic voters, those who identify as Hispanic, usually have a significantly lower turnout rate than white and black voters. As a matter of fact, a lot of people don't know this, but when Barack Obama ran in 2008 and I think also 12, black voter turnout rates were higher than white voter turnout rates, right? But Hispanic numbers have always been low. So we're seeing Hispanic voters come out. We're seeing them shift how they voted over the last few cycles. This is why a state like Florida all of a sudden becomes in play. Because let's look at Florida again. Where have we had some main elections in Florida? We had the progressive win the mayor's race in Miami, right? The last state house district, or excuse me, state senate district in Florida, this district 14, this area over here, a lot of Hispanic voters, Cuban American voters in this area. This is where we saw the main flip in that special elections. So again, we are seeing a big trend in voting behavior amongst Hispanics, right? This is why all of a sudden James Talrico could possibly win Texas. We'll see. Okay. Thank you very much. Nicholas, thank you. Why aren't Democrats red and Republicans blue? I agree with you. That's my belief. Okay. I and mine have to do it this stupid way because this is now how we do things in the United States. But red should be labor, socialist, stuff like that. Blue should be traditional conservative, Tory, right? That's how we should have it. But no, in the United States, we have to be different. We have to do it another way, right? So, yes, exactly. That's how maps should be. But here we are. We got to do it differently. Okay, so I see Metal Gamer says the Bears. Um, so you're probably a few minutes behind because I made that comment like 10 minutes ago. Yeah. Um, okay, so Republicans are more aggressive and red is a more aggressive color. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I wish Democrats were aggressive. That's half of the reason why I have not been involved with politics for a long time is to me, a lot of the Democrats I see just don't really want to win. We still don't have Racine coming in. Wow, look at that in Kenosha. Wow. Kenosha before went 54%. Let's put it this way, if Kenosha's pulling 58% in a presidential election, a Democrat wins Wisconsin. And I think we all know that, like, out of the states that flipped over to Trump, if we look at Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, I know. Oh, North Carolina. Wisconsin's the one that Democrats expect to win again, right? And Michigan is pretty much number two. I mean, you could maybe interchange those with number one and number two, but if Democrats are pulling 58% in Kenosha, game over, done, finished. That's impressive. In Racine, it was 51-49 in 2023. And like I said, I'm using 2023 just because that was when I think the Democrats were kind of at their lowest. All right, Jonathan Manson, thank you, or Manson, thank you very much for the super chat. Um, there are 400 federal agents currently. No way the Democratic Party will even remove one of those agencies, except maybe ICE. 300 should be removed. Um, it's Democratic Party because that's an adjective. Democrat is a noun. Um, thank you for the super chat. Um, I mean, a lot of, I mean, that's a policy debate for another time and another place. But I just find with every single administration, they'll say that they're going to reverse something that the other one had done before, and then you just don't see that reversal happen, right? Sometimes you do, but a lot of times you don't. So let's say that if the Democrats, so the Republicans got rid of the Department of Education. If, or I think they have, right? Um, if the Democrats come back in, are they going to reinstate it, right? That's the question. In Door County at 58, what did it do last time? I went 57. Okay. But now, okay, now let me look at Madison. 122, 197. Okay. Because right now we're still a million votes less. See, and this is one thing we need to keep in mind. We are, and now is maybe where we should look at it. We're still a million votes less than we were in 2023. Almost exactly a million votes less than we were in 2023. So there's a lot of election day vote coming in. And when that election day vote comes in, how does that swing? Does that go to the Democratic side? If it is, it'll be more Democratic, and we have the election day vote going Democratic. And this is another thing to keep in mind too, is now we're looking at Wisconsin. So we're now looking at a different region. And this is why I think we need to separate Georgia from Wisconsin, because they're fundamentally different voters, especially if we're looking at statewide Wisconsin versus rural Northeast Georgia or Northwest Georgia. Okay. Speaking of Georgia, let's see. I don't think Cobb County. Yeah, they still have not updated their votes yet. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We have it over here now. Okay, let's see Waukesha Mayor. So somebody is saying, hey, keep an eye on this. Are all the votes in? I don't know. Here, Racina's come in. Okay, 50-50. With Taylor in the lead. Okay, now a whole bunch of other votes just came in as we were watching it. 51-49. So we'll see if Racine flips. Oh, wait. There's no check there. DM, thank you very much for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Are there, okay, put down in the comments how many of you are like in Wisconsin now, actual Wisconsin voters. It seemed like I got a lot of Wisconsin people in here, which means you're probably Packers fans. Which, like, I mean, that's okay. I mean, not everyone's perfect, and of course, I kid, right? I really don't care about. It was funny to watch the reactions of the Bears coming back and winning that game against Green Bay. That was funny, but as a Toronto Blue Jays fan, though I am wearing the White Sox hat, as a Blue Jays fan, losing the World Series in the ninth inning, that's heartbreaking. I could have been on the other side of that. Okay, I mean, so the New York Times has it. Oh, maybe Wisconsin spring election. Oh, there we go. Okay. See, this is the problem. Let me go back here. So it doesn't say any amount in. And one thing, let me go back to here. Let's go back to, well, they must have some data. Let's go back to this map. Okay, wait. 50, 550? 500, okay. See, this is the weird thing. Like, Decision Desk will be good for one race, and then, um, New York Times will be good for another race as far as updated results. Okay, another plug really quick while we're waiting. If you're into election history, go to my election history channel. Just hit the subscribe button. Watch my. I just released a video today about the 2020 election, Democratic primary. So if you want to watch that, check that out. Yeah, all I mean, like all somebody is saying all gray areas. You're probably talking about here. Yes, in the New York Times, all gray areas are uncounted, and here all black area. Though I think if it's a tie, they'll show like both colors, like stripes of both colors. All right, so it looks like we're kind of on a holding pattern right now. So we're probably getting some election day votes counted. Racine. Oh wait, they flipped. Racine a cent ago had 60 some percent. Now they've gone back to the other percent. Let's see what they got for Racine here. Okay, yeah, so they reset those Racine numbers. I don't know why. I mean, if you're the Democrats, a win is a win is a win. And if you're winning by this amount, the narrative is still there. The narrative is there for the Democrats tonight. But if you get over 60%, that's a really good narrative. Yeah, see, Cobb County is still 12 out of, yeah. I don't think it'll be enough to get this to 55, but it could be. We'll see. All right, we're almost at a million votes. 60.9% of estimated votes. And remember, that's estimated votes, right? So it's not actual votes. See, and that's another thing now. I am going to be working over the next few weeks, and I showed you my panel here, reset view of Florida. So, I have, for example, State House District here. Let me get the analysis back up. So you can see here, like the ratings for State House District 1, State House District 1, State House District 2, and these are in Florida. I would like to get over the coming months, maybe 2 months, love to get statistics for all the states so I can do state house ratings and state senate ratings for all the state legislative seats that there are. That's the goal. And I might ask for people in my Discord to maybe help me with the data collection. And if I ask for help for the data collection, if I get that done, I'm going to have a dashboard where you can actually just look at the results and maybe filter them a little bit. It'll probably be like a $9.95 or $9.99, $10 per month for people who want to look at that dashboard. It would just be the results, the rating, and the other things, because like all this other analysis down there, this is specifically for campaigns, right? Like if I just had like remove the analysis and just had, the results here, I'm thinking about doing that. So that's in the works for people who are wondering. I might ask people on my Discord to maybe help with data collection, and I don't know yet. And then if I do have people help me with certain amounts of data collection, then I'm sure there'll be something that I'll offer, right? So there'll be more news on that. So we're now talking about Taylor winning 7 of 8 seats in Wisconsin currently with the current data. Yeah, and this is where now we got to keep an eye on how election day votes are going to pan out, right? If election day votes are going to stay even, or if we're going to see a boost or a decline, right? I mean, we even saw like here in in Georgia, we saw extremely different amounts. So, like in Murray County, for example, we see a huge, discrepancy, more than 3-1. Here. So, hold on one second. So I see Danielson made a comment. I'm just going to make this point really quick. So in Murray County, a rural county, we see a 3-1 discrepancy, more than a 3-1 discrepancy on election day. Whereas let's go with Paulding County, we see much less of a discrepancy. So we are starting to see this. It's seeming like, not a surprise, suburban voters, Hispanic voters are going to be the key. Rural areas essentially lost, right? So Danielson, let me go see what you have. Dave, I'd absolutely love to help and contribute, although I don't know how much I can since I'm complete amateur and don't have any experience to speak of. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do yet, because gathering a lot of data and cleaning a lot of data is difficult, right? So I still don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to be honest. I'm very ambitious. My goal is to make my program that I'm working on right now. My goal is to make that program, my stuff that I'm talking about right here, the number one targeting program for Democratic candidates. Right now, for Democratic candidates, you have the NGP van, which sucks. It's not made for targeting. So that's what I'm going to be working on. But like with some other things, I'd like, I might ask for people's help, and then I want to make some compensation for it, like maybe like a membership. Like if I do the small map for like $10 a month, maybe I give people who help out with the data free membership or something like that. So that if you go to the Discord, please go to the Discord if you're interested in that. I'll probably be making updates on that. I stopped doing my Patreon just because I can't make the commitment to doing stuff on this channel all the time. And I'll be honest, the main reason why I have not been doing many videos on this channel, like I said, there hasn't been much to talk about, but I've been spending so much time on this program and developing and building this program. Okay. So that's taken up my time. That's even cut into me making my history videos, which are now coming out like every 2 weeks, but I want them to come out every week. All right, so we're now seeing it get under 60%. I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's no big deal. Still a great result. Yeah, I just want to see how Cobb comes in. Let's see, 580. Okay, so now Wisconsin or New York Times is almost on par with Decision Desk. So that's good. I mean, I look at it this way. If you have not Milwaukee County, really. Actually, let me go over to the Wisconsin map here. If you have these 4 counties in a row going Democratic, I don't even know how to pronounce that county. Ozaukee County. I mean, Milwaukee is going to be Democratic, or maybe just Racine and Kenosha. If Racine and Kenosha go Democratic, Democrats win. Racine and Kenosha, those are your especially Racine. Well, no, I'd say Kenosha, like kind of together. Those are your bellwether counties. They really are. If Democrats win those, it kind of indicates the rest of the state's probably going to go well. And maybe I'm saying that as favoritism because I used to live right near those counties, possibly. Yeah. Waukesha has had some changes tonight. And see, this is where if you're the Republicans, this is where you actually start worrying about what can happen. Right? This is your worry area. Because Waukesha is your typical very strongly Republican counties. Now, you got kind of, I would say, 3 types of Republican count, or 3 types of, I don't want to say Republican suburbs, but you do. You have the DuPage County, Illinois suburbs that were Republican during the 80s and all that during the 90s, 2000, even the 2010s. Peter Roscom was from there and all that. And in the early 2010s, when the Tea Party started happening and all that, a lot of the precincts, a lot of the cities or voters, the suburban voters in DuPage County are like, we're done. We're going over to the Democrats, right? So you had that first migration going over to the Democrats in 2010, 2008, 2010. Okay. That was the first migration. Then you might have counties like this, Waukesha, that have stuck with Donald Trump for a while, but they're like, we might be reconsidering now, right? And start moving away from Donald Trump. Then you have those places like Texas and the Woodlands, where I would probably say, I'd have to look at it, My guess is the Woodlands, and I think that's Montgomery County. Yeah, I cannot speak tonight. Montgomery County, Texas, I think is where the Woodlands is. That's kind of your hardcore Republican MAGA suburb that is going to be hard to shift over. But if those areas like the Woodlands start shifting over, then you're talking about big shifts. So I think Waukesha is kind of, it isn't like DuPage County, but it isn't like the Woodlands. It isn't that far, but it's closer to the Woodlands than DuPage, obviously. Any margin below 55 is good for the Democrats. Okay, now we see Brown County has flipped. So there we go. I mean, that Kenosha number is just wild. I mean, Kenosha nearly pushing 60. That's wild. Let's see how Door's turning out. Brown County should be bluer. I mean, there's only 44. Okay, so this indicates right there, if we're looking at Brown County, it was brown before, right? Now it's turning green. So this is indicating those early votes were more Republican. Now you're seeing it become more Democrat as election day comes. Now, this also is another thing that we can learn from, right? We are starting to see that we're maybe getting back into our pre-COVID sorting. Okay. So pre-COVID, early in-person voting was like Republican. Okay. As well as vote by mail. And election day, Democrats did better. Okay. After COVID, that switched. Now I think that Democrats are, I mean, I in the last primary, I went and voted at the clerk's office. Went there and voted. They actually had a problem with the ballot, and I had to tell them that. Okay. So I went there and I voted there. I think a lot of Democrats are not going to do vote by mail. A lot of Democrats are either going to do early voting or in election day voting. So some places we are seeing the election day voting go strongly to the Republicans, like it has since COVID. But now we're starting to see some evening out of that. That actually could have a big impact. Okay, so now we're back up over 60%. Oops. Oh, yeah. So that one, that's probably like a 60. Oh, that's 95% in. And what? That's probably a 60-40 Republican county usually, right? And let's put it this way, yes, this is a nonpartisan race, but there is no ambiguity as far as who the Democrats and who the Republicans are in these types of Supreme Court races. Okay, so this will give the Democrats a 5-2 lead in the Supreme Court there. And we'll see what Racine does. That Kenosha number's crazy. I mean, a lot of these numbers are, well, okay, so like Sawyer, okay, there's still more. Sawyer County, for example, what is usually a Republican county, that's going 56%. Interestingly, it seems like, see, now this is a this is a good sign if you're a Democrat. It seems like, well, no, let's see how many of the total vote comes in first. Because in 2023 it was around 1.8 million votes, and Dane is underperforming from 2023, but all the counties might. Yeah, yeah, Brown County is flipped. And again, like I said, this is the good thing about when we look at Brown County, it's flipped now that election day results are coming in. So that tells us election day voters in Brown County are voting more Democrat. So this means that if they're voting more Democratic in these counties, and you know it's the election day voters, that makes them easier to identify. That's another thing I'm going to have with my software as well. It's not just going to be the targeting that you see. We're actually going to be implementing voter data as well. Um, want it to be as advanced as possible. Yeah, see, somebody says turnout seems tiny. Somebody says turnout seems tiny. I don't know if it seems tiny, but it does seem to be less right now than 2023. But the problem is we don't know how many election day votes are going to be coming. Yeah, so with the Waukesha mayor's race, I don't know. Well, you know what I can do? Um, let me look. There are a ton of elections going on in Waukesha. Is anyone from Waukesha here? Because it seems like your ballot's friggin' huge. Okay. Okay, so in Waukesha, I'll put it up here so that we have it. Okay. So here's our result right here. We have 48 of 54. Show reporting unit detail. Okay. So that's just the precincts, and that doesn't mean much to me. So we'll keep an eye on this. So we know that there's 48 of 54 precincts reporting. This is where they're getting that 88.9% number, wherever we saw that. So we'll keep an eye. This is Waukesha County election website. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go back to Georgia, see if there's been any change. Looks like there has not been. Nope, we're still at 12 of 30. Yeah, see, like we don't have all of Brown County. There's a lot missing. So I assume here, I actually do have the New York Times precinct map. I'll admit I don't know as much about Wisconsin. So yeah, so we got the Green Bay area, um, those precincts. So the Green Bay area here is more Democratic. So this indicates that we don't have any election day results in from these. That the election day results are out there. So for example, let's look at here. Precinct here, 56% for Donald Trump. If you look at that same precinct here, 58% for Chris Taylor. That's huge swing. I don't know if we're going to have to keep on refreshing this. Possibly. All right. I don't know if there's much more to watch from this point on. Okay, we've had a few more people. Looks like we've had 10 people join the Discord. Thank you all very much. I saw an introduction on the Discord. Carl Dr. 1995. Thank you very much if you're watching. Thank you very much for joining the Discord. So let me see. No, not 2024, 2022. All right, so let's get down. So there were in a 2022 U.S. Senate race, Ron Johnson versus Mandela Barnes, which was a close race. Remember, that was a 1% race, right? Um, and had some negative campaigning didn't happen against Mandela Barnes by certain, moderate Democratic groups. Democrats could have won that. There were 2.6 million voters that voted. So I always look in these special election or these elections that, just aren't the normally scheduled ones. If the turnout rate's going to be over 50%, we can kind of glean something from this to say it. If it's a low turnout rate, then maybe not as much. So, like in Georgia, we have 119,000, but if we look at what Marjorie Taylor Greene, that was 258,000. Right? So we're not really at 100. We're not really at 50%. I look at 50% is that number to say, okay, we can look at this election to kind of figure out what's happening as a possible trend. I mean, Mandela Barnes, some moderate, you know what it is? It's like some moderate. He had a cell phone, he had a few cell phones, and then like the Democratic Party the moderate Democrats kind of shit on him, right? They'll shit on anyone that they see as is a progressive, right? Okay. Now, if you're the Democrats, you're looking at this. Well, no, somebody said that like by congressional district, it's looking really good. I wonder if they got it by congressional district thing. What is the one over here? Is that Wisconsin's 3rd congressional district? Is that Wisconsin's 3rd congressional district? Yeah, that's Wisconsin's 3rd congressional district. So you're looking at these results for the 3rd congressional district in Wisconsin. You're like, you know, this looks good. I mean, this looks really good. I mean, like real, like this should not, this area here. All of this area should not be Democratic, and not at 60%, 60%, 57%. I mean, Lafayette County here, 53. These should not be blue. These should be, I mean, I guess on this map, you know what I mean. These should be going toward the Republicans. This is why the Republicans, right in here is the reason why Republicans win the 3rd congressional district here. It will be interesting to see what the congressional district results are. It'll be interesting to see that 3rd congressional district, because that's a flip for the Democrats. It seems like we're kind of in a holding pattern. It looks like maybe we get a few more. Let's go back to Waukesha, see if there's any update on that one. Wait, where did the race go? Oh, there it is. Now we're still at 48 to 54. Let's go back to Georgia. Cobb County still not counting those up. We got a few more here. I know I'm not providing any riveting commentary right now. I'm just looking at stuff. Katie Porter yelled at her employees, didn't she? No, I don't know. I mean, possibly. Um, but I just did my video about the, like I said, the 2020 Democratic primary for president. And man, does Amy Klobuchar have a anger problem? Oh my God, she has like a real anger problem. I mean, yeah, this whole southwest part of the state. I mean, yeah, you got Dane and stuff like that, but that being Democratic, That's insane. Yeah, some Democrats in California need to realize they're not going to win. They just need to realize that right now, because there could be a clusterfuck in California. There really could. And here's the thing, how the results are right now, I just think if you have two of the people really pulling some of the vote, then that would matter. Because here, honestly, if it was Swalwell, as of right now, if it was Swalwell and Katie Porter and that was it, those two would be going to the general. It'd just be those two. Okay, let's see. Close. Come on, what? Okay, I'm hoping that. What's going on here? No, God. Okay. Okay, so Wisconsin does have a new Democratic Party chair. Now, I'm going to say something that's very unpopular. But first, I want to check some of these elections that we're waiting on. 48, 50, so nothing new there. Nothing new there, but we are going to end a live stream in a few, I think. Um, I don't think we'll get anything from Cobb County tonight. And I think we're kind of ending up here. I'm going to say something very unpopular, but since Ken Martin has become the DNC chair, the Democrats have been winning. The Democrats are doing well. The Democrats have been concentrating on these smaller elections, and the national Democrats as well. The national Democrats invested in elections like the Miami mayor's race, okay, and other state house, state senate races. The track record looks good for Ken Martin. Now, I know a lot of people are not going to like him because they're in one camp or the other. I'm in the Bernie camp, okay? I was very much for Ben Wickler in the DNC chair's race. But when you start seeing success happen, and constant success, and you can start seeing the Democrats focusing more on these smaller races. See, here's the problem. Democrats for years in the states, and they always focus on the big races. U.S. Senate, President, maybe Congress. Okay? They were always trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark, right? Instead of playing small ball. Seems like under Ken Martin, the Democrats are playing small ball. They're really doing a good job at focusing on these little wins here, 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 here. Say what you want. It's looked good. Um, Yeah. I mean, it might be an unpopular belief, but you got to go beyond the, oh, I supported this person, so therefore, whatever. Right. So we'll see if we get any more in the next few minutes. And this live stream's been going on for nearly 4 hours. So we might end in a few minutes here. I mean, like in the state of Florida. Okay. Um, you know, I've had my problems, saying that I thought Nikki Fried would not do well. And I had my issues with her at first. But one thing I have to say about Nikki Fried is she has, well, no, I take that back. I take that back with Nikki Fried. And I'll show you why. Right now in the state of Florida, let me just go back to my map. See this district right here? R+1 district right here. Wondering if it was R+1 in 2022 as well. Okay, I'm still kind of okay. Nah, it's still causing problems. Because I just kind of started putting it online. It was R+5 in 2022, R+1 in 2024. This state Senate seat right here, R+1. Look at the voter registration and all that. Look at Donald Trump got less than 50% of the votes. Democrats do not have a candidate in this state Senate district. They do not have a candidate in this state Senate district. So that pisses me off. Yeah, Racine has flipped. Yeah, Racine has flipped, but and here's, it's kind of like if Racine's like this, but Kenosha's like this, I'll take that. And this is another thing we have to look at too when it comes to Wisconsin. It's these counties over here and some of these counties up here. Sawyer County is usually a Republican county, I think, right? Let's see, Brown County is doing well. Dorr is at 60%, right? I mean, I think it does well in these races. Oh, okay. So okay, Cobb did come in. And so this will be our final count here, I think. I think all the precincts are in now. 11, 5, 5, 30, 30, 7, 7, 19, 19, 7, that's sort of a da, 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 da. Yeah, so it's in the 55 range, but it's not below 55. That's kind of a great, I don't know. I think Republicans need to start reevaluating if Trump's the guy they want to be with. I think they need to start reevaluating. So let's go ahead and look at the vote method. Yeah, Harris won this. I don't know, guys. You tell me. I said if this result tonight was below 55%, Republicans need to reconsider if being with Trump is the best electoral strategy going into November. I mean, we're not talking about a primary, right? It's almost coming to the point now of you might have to sacrifice the general to win the primary. And it's really coming to that point now. And with this result we're seeing in Wisconsin, I mean, not as much here, but definitely in the Wisconsin one, because Clay Fuller was like an endorsed Trump candidate. What do you think? Is this enough of a number, low enough of a number for the Republicans, certain Republicans, the Mike Lawlers and the others that we've talked about today? Is it enough for them today to say, we need to cut bait here? We can't do this anymore. We need to cut bait. We need to end I need to end my association with Trump. Is this enough? Is this low enough? Or no? What do you think? Put it down, put it in the chat. Yeah, they actually have some. Well, it's in. Yeah, see, here's another thing: is Racine is. Let's go back here. What does it say? Racine is at 53, but let's go ahead and zoom out and let me show you with Racine here. What's not in yet are the Democratic areas, and there are like in here, like right in the downtown area, there are a number of black voters in this area. So as we can see in the precinct map, you can see a lot of Racine. So let me go ahead. Let's see if I can do this like this. So you can kind of see what's missing there, right? Yeah. Let's see. So this one, 51-48. Donald Trump 157. So Racine, I think, is still on track to flip to the Democratic side. See, plus 95 plus in Minneapolis in November. You might. I mean, Minneapolis, you never know. If he cancels the midterms, no. I'm glad to see that people are kind of coming around to my side on will we have free and fair midterm elections. So, as you know, if you've been watching my channel for a while, I've been tooting that horn for a while and saying I do not think that we are going to have free and fair elections in 2026. I said that. I've been saying that for over a year now. I did a live stream or I did a video back in March where I was like, I don't think that we're going to have free and fair elections. And it's taken a year, but I'm going to say I was the first one on that train. David Obey won it. So somebody's talking about the Wisconsin stuff. Was David Obey? I mean, I know 2008 seems like a long time ago to a lot of people, but it doesn't to me. So David Obey was still in the house back then? Like I thought he was out of the house before that. So I didn't know he was there as recently as 18 years ago. So okay, interesting. I don't think they'll cancel the elections, but you know what? All you gotta do is tamper. You just need to change a percentage or two. Change. You know what? This election right here, just fidget a few numbers around, comes a lot closer. Maybe the Republican wins. They're not going to pull a Saddam Hussein, Vladimir Putin 95% win. They're going to just tinker enough. They're going to call like in Georgia back, in 2020, find me the votes. That's what they're going to do. Or they're just going to force the vote. Yeah, I would love to see Mike Lindell be the Republican candidate for governor because I just think that would be funny. I mean, he's not going to win. Famous last words, right? He's not going to win, but Damn, that would be funny. I mean, that would be really funny to watch him. All right, guys. So we are going to call it for the night, I think, here. Um, we'll see what happens with this tomorrow. Wake up, see what happens. But I think we've kind of beaten the dead horse tonight with the talking about the election results. Now we got Cobb coming in. The only one is just this, Waukesha mayor's race. That's the only one that's kind of up in the air right now. But if you're the Democrats, this was a good night. And if you're the Republicans, this congressional district here makes you wonder, should you should stay with Trump? I will be very interested to see if any Republicans over the next 24 to 48 hours kind of starts distancing themselves more. And like I said, not just be like, oh, that's Trump, he just says stupid stuff all the time. Actually literally distancing themselves from Trump. Okay? Because you got to look at Mike Lawler, for example, in New York. He doesn't need Trump, I don't think, to win a primary. And for those Republicans who already have their primaries done and over with, okay, does that matter too? Okay, I don't know. We'll see. A number of states, Illinois, Texas, their primaries are over. I mean, there's nothing really here in Texas, but do they cut bait now? There might be a possibility that they do. So yeah, we'll see. Before we go, if anyone wants to put any last questions or do a last super chat, if you want to support the channel, that'd be great. So I'll just stay on here for another 3 or 4 minutes, and then we're gonna go ahead and end the live stream because this one went fast tonight. Even though it was a 4-hour live stream, usually they kick the shit out of me. Today, actually, it wasn't bad. I think because we started it a lot earlier. No, I mean, with Lawler, I think that it's that he don't have to worry about the Republican primary. Right. He has to worry about the general, but I think Republican voters like him. Can Maria Lazar still win? No. I predict a minimum of 25 House seat lead by Dems in November. I think that's a good estimate. I really do. I think that's a good estimate. I don't know. I feel very confident about Alaska. Ohio, possibly, and Texas, possibly. And I do believe Iowa is in there. So I mean, realistically, Democrats can flip Maine, Iowa, Ohio, Texas. Watch Florida. With Vindman in there, watch Florida. It could come back in the fold, especially what we've seen in the special elections. Could be a big year. Carly, thank you very much for the super chat. $3 super chat. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, Sheboygan. I mean, there's still some in Sheboygan left, but that's a flip as of right now. And like I said, Racine will eventually flip back. I have a feeling because a lot of the election day vote, is from the city of Racine. I mean, like if you were able to get it going all the way up to Door County, that would have been insane. But that would have been asking a lot. Oh yeah, North Carolina, right? So North. See, I kind of block out North Carolina because I think that one's a gimme, right? I think that one we already kind of know is going to happen. So I always block out North Carolina, not on purpose, but I'm just kind of like, oh, that's a pickup. I almost consider it now like going to be a Democratic seat soon. That will be the easiest of pickups. I mean, I don't think Ramaswamy will pull down the rest of the ticket. I don't think so. Because, yeah, I don't think so in that case. Or, oh, yeah, so now Brown County, oh, yeah, so Brown County is now significantly more. So that means that probably, um, I don't know if I have to reload it. I probably do have to reload it. Probably means something. No, you still don't have Green Bay coming in. So it's becoming bluer, and you don't really have Green Bay coming in. Unless they're behind. Up, that number is below 60% now. Still, that's good. Yeah, so like on my scale of what I think could happen is North Carolina a certain. Maine, and I'm going to say Alaska a probable. Like okay, North Carolina is certain, Maine and I'll say Alaska a likely. And then if we're talking about possibly, I would probably say Texas, Iowa, Ohio. Possibly. And then kind of the watch it on election night because it could be a shock, Florida. So that's kind of how I see it right now. Um, that's the ones I see. We haven't had any polling out of Iowa, and Ann Seltzer is now just after her reputation got slammed in that last election. She hasn't done anything in Iowa, so I don't think we'll see much out of Iowa. Um, yeah, yeah. Once the rest of those of Ashland and Racine comes in, then I'll be blue. And I mean, what's Eau Claire? Okay, Eau Claire's at 95, and I know Dane's at 95. Milwaukee's at 81, so you still probably have some in Milwaukee. Um, Kenosha's just been impressive. All these counties here have been pretty impressive. Now, I mean, and that's another thing you got to ask yourself: who is see? Because when you're asking, it does Ramaswamy bring down the ticket? I don't know because you have a gubernatorial and a U.S. Senate race going on. Um, South Carolina now could a lot of people just skip Lindsey Graham's race? Yeah, but I don't think it'll matter. Waukesha is totally in. Yeah, it is under 50. Okay, 54. I mean that's 54-46. Oh, does that mean the mayor's race is all in? Yes. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Mayor of Waukesha is, I don't even know who this is. I just know somebody said that they were the Democrat. Okay, so she's the new mayor of Waukesha. I wonder if she has endorsements. I mean, I'll, okay, not everyone can be perfect. Oh, just quit wearing that jersey. Um, I can tell by the setup she has. Guarantee you this is an Act Blue account. Yep, Act Blue account. I can already tell by the setup if something's an Act Blue account or not. So that means, so there you go. That's it. All the precincts are in. That's a win. All right. And I think with that, we end the night on that note. I said I was going to be there 3 minutes, but it's been a little bit more. We end the night on that note. So, good night. Good night for Democrats. Yeah, this was an impressive win. So I might not do a video tomorrow on this, but maybe the next day. And even the next day, I don't know if I'm going to do a video because I'll be driving down to Florida. I will be driving through Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, I think. So that might be an interesting thing to do a video on. So yeah. All right, so we're going to go ahead and end tonight. So thank you all very much for joining me. I don't know when the next live stream will be. Possibly well, let me see. I might be in Florida. That's the only problem. Yeah, see, I will be busy on Sunday. I will be in Orlando. But even though I'm in Orlando and I'll be in a hotel room, I might do a live stream for the Hungarian elections. Now, the only thing, and if you're, I'll give you the Discord link as well, so you can contribute to the Discord. I think I still have it. The Discord link, so you can contribute to the Discord. Carly, thanks again for another super chat. Greatly appreciate it. I might do the Hungarian elections, but I'll be in Orlando, so I don't know about that. Yeah, am I going to do anything with Kartik? I don't know yet. I mean, I'm going to see Kartik when I'm down in Florida. But like he and I are working together on trying to do something with, the dashboard and stuff that I'm doing, because as you can see, this is very Florida centric right now. So, but probably more toward election, the general election, because I'll tell you, both of us being involved with Florida politics have been very demoralized with Florida politics. This is the first time that both of us kind of have some optimism with these election results that we've seen. So I think Kartik and I will be more involved in really talking about Florida politics. So yeah. So the Philippine elections in 2 years' time. Yeah, so I might cover Hungary. It just depends on if I want to do a stream or not. I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm gonna be down in Orlando, which is essentially my home, and I might just want to chill out, right? All right, well, thank you all very much. Let me go ahead and end the stream. Have a wonderful night wherever it is you are, and I will see you whenever the next time is. All right.